Weekly open tapped as we predicted. Pretty much if you were joining us on Discord or anywhere, you would have been on the right side of that trade. Right now we're only in two ZB trades. Market just opened. Usually don't trade the first 5 minutes, but I was in pre-market trades. I'll show you our P&L so far today. Where are we at? Let's see if we can get our larger P&L. So far, where we are, we're up 9,700 so far. 24 trades. Average trade time 37 minutes. Let's do this. So let's open that up there. Let's upload. Why is it so slow? All right. Well, we tapped the weekly open. I would say that this might be
order filled.
First area that we would look to short. So we're going to look to short there. We're not going to get too aggressive there. Just for a quick fade. Since it did the NDX, I don't think it tapped the weekly open yet. Yeah, no, it did. It opened right at the weekly open. So I anticipate we're going to have a minor pullback here. See if we can make a couple $100 on this trade. And then there we go. Copy this.
Order filled.
What was that? Oh, we got picked up for 6. All right. Great, Scott. 600, whatever, or was it 1.21 gigawatts? Ah, man, I was in crude oil, and then we got out. So we've got just a little bit of a range here. So let's just sell here and sell here and sell here. See if we get picked back up on a pullback. We'll do a participation trade. We do have a couple zones on crude. Let's remove all of our key levels. Does not look like the NQ is going to sell off there. Looks like it wants to go up to the next level. All right, well, we'll trade it. Trade it to the next level. Got our next level, which is right around here. So that's kind of where we're targeting. See if it jumps up to that lone zone there. A little bit early in trading. Usually I don't trade this early. Publish this out, bam. Then we'll tweet this out. So, yeah, why would I want to tweet on fast? Oh, I might have to go to the movie theater. Might have to just call it a day and go to the movies. Fast 10 is out. I've watched every Fast and Furious movie in the theater. Don't ask me why. It's not like it's high. It's not like it's high cinema. Where are we at? ZB's down 2. We're short CL, so CL is... we'll wait for that pullback there. I have to get some coffee here in a little bit, or a few minutes. ZB, we don't have... Let's make sure that we have stop losses in that trade. So we'll put 1 stop here and 1 stop here. CO, we're looking to get picked up. 1, 2, 3. Anybody check the news before we start trading? I hope so. It's really what you should be doing. So if you didn't, definitely should be checking the news. Let's see what's on deck for the news today. Ah, it is Friday? Is it Friday? It is Friday. Nothing. We have nothing on deck. Open up the Rex Dog chart book. So we're trading on trade 08. About to get picked up on this first 3 on the action. Okay. Ooh. It's gonna hurt. Gonna hurt. Morning. Good morning, Monty. Great to have you here. See what the trading day brings. Ah, we're already down on that trade. Trade's already punishing us for fading it too early. Yeah. Should have waited for the upper level. That's what chart 4 tells us. Let's get the mic out of my way so I can actually focus on trading. Ah, what do we get hit with? All right, got picked up on 3 GC trades there. These could be moved up. So we'll just move all of that up. So we're in 3 lots on GC. That's our initial entry. No, stop filled. What do we get stopped out on? I don't know. I'll look at that when we want to. All right, so GC's got an interesting zone there. GC actually sold off from, if it closes above 1085, then it's going to go up. There's our first level. If this trade doesn't work out on GC, then the next zone we're looking at is 1955. I'll share this in Trade Room Alpha. Trade Room Alpha. Where's my Trade Room Alpha share? What the hell? What's up, man? Did I get rid of Trade Room Alpha? Oh no, that's in the Alpha. Duh. Trade Room Alpha, this is your levels for GC. Order filled. See where we're at. Stop, ooh, we got stopped out of ZB. We're up about 9,300, but we're down on every trade that we're in open trades on. Let's see where we're at here. Dinging our P&L here on this trade. This GC trade does not look like it's going in our favor, so this is a fade trade. I think we reverse that. All right, I reversed the GC trade. I'm gonna go down to the next level. This is what our P&L looks like as of now. You can party if you want to. You can leave your dog behind. That's where we're at. 9,300. Pretty decent. I like my losing trade so far. Let's see if we can maintain that. Right now, the GC trade, or not the GC trade, but the NQ trade is we should have waited. Yeah, I should have waited. Almost should reverse on that position there. Should reverse on that. Should not trade myself out of this, but let's continue where we're going. What type of PC build do I use? I don't know. I'm looking at building my PC, so I'm starting to look at parts. Gold futures did sell off as we kind of thought. We're looking for CL to sell off as well. Ooh, ZB sold off. ZB's actually at a zone there where we want to be a buyer. Order filled. So we'll be a buyer there, and then we'll put in our trailing stops down here. So we bought ZB long, expecting maybe some type of reaction there at that level. Ooh. Order filled. Getting hurt on multiple trades here. Yeah, I got a little aggressive on this NQ trade. We'll see. How is my ear coming? How is my ear pain or my ear blockage coming back? Fucking A. Yeah, this NQ is a fade trade. I faded way too early. It's probably not going to turn until 9 o'clock.
Order filled.
I'm getting coffee. My fucking ear.
Order filled.
All right, we're back.
Order filled.
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. NQ trade. This is where we should have started fading. Oh man, CL's punishing us too. We'll see how we do here. See if we blow our full P&L here. I didn't see that CNL, or I didn't see that. Well, maybe. Okay, we'll get out of that trade.
Order filled.
Got out of CL just because it's moving not in the direction we expect. Didn't expect that move.
Order filled.
I don't, I build my PCs.
Order filled.
Got coffee? Oh, it's New Music Friday. Welcome, everybody. Look around the market here in a bit. It's probably got a little bit more to go. There we go, GC. Look at that. CL did sell off. Little bastard.
Order filled.
Good morning. Well, it's pretty obvious that the place to sell GC is here. That's the pretty obvious place. Starting the day with a fade. aggressively fading it, basically. I'm gonna actually move this chart, or
Order filled.
I hate this thing where it's showing this little section here. Let's turn that off. How do I turn that off? Where's the background? How come there's no turn off background? There we go. Let's look at Bitcoin. Let's see where that's at. Bitcoin on the daily so far held the RDA. Yesterday on the close. Does need to recapture momentum in the weekly open. I said really the only two levels that matter are the two levels that you see here on this chart. Those two yellow lines, those are two dotted. Yeah, trading Fridays is good. Fuck. Hey, I can't believe I didn't stick with that CL short.
Order filled.
Oh my gosh. I got faked out. What a little sucker, man. I got faked out on that CL trade. Ah, man, I let CL fake me out. Sold off. Yeah, I let it fake me out.
Order filled.
Yeah, I got scammed. I don't know. We'll see if it actually comes back up. I'm not going to get too aggressive because I've already been misreading it a little bit.
Order filled.
Next zone is up here. That's our next buy zone if this trade doesn't work out. I just need to scale into CL properly. Not scaling in there. ZB. We got one more ZB trade that we can get in on. And then GC, the short. Still want to short that given where it's at, but we'll add to that short. And we're in 3, so we'll put in protective stops up here on GC. Those are our protective stops. And then, look at that. NQ is continuing to hold momentum. Doge is up 5%. Look at that. Doge is... What the fuck? Okay. Why was I logged out? Piece of shit. What the hell was I logged out for? Okay, that's great. I love when I'm logged out. I love when I'm just automatically logged out of my trade system. That's awesome. Why does this chart look so different than the other charts? Oh, why does that look so different? Not ready to fade it yet. Not ready to do a full fade.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
That's our next zone. It's our next zone. Definitely an aggressive fade. I need to look at CL on a larger time frame, and this mic needs to get out of my fucking way. Yeah, it's hard to say with CL whether or not it's going to hold that zone. Where are we at on the week? Yeah, the week's holding low. It's probably going to hold that low. Okay, fine. Fuck you, auto
Order
orders.
filled. Order
Bitch.
filled.
I started this fade way too early. I am in Discord, so if you're new here, you want to join Discord, down below, that's where some of the best stuff happens. Yeah, I think we got to wait for the next 7 to 8 minutes. I don't think we're going to see any movement here in the next. I think it's going to continue up at least for the next 7 to 8 minutes, if not longer. Then it'll pivot. It'll try a pivot. I think it will try a pivot right there. I just started this fade way too early like a dumbass. Let's look around the market a little bit while we're waiting for our trade to work out here. Tesla is having a good week. Gapped up. Apple gapped up. Meta, Nvidia, pretty much big tech is doing exactly what we expect. Microsoft, and then our aggregate signal. Yeah, let's look at the market internals. See if we can learn anything from the market internals. Yeah, awesome. I love when I have to reset every fucking chart every fucking time.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
GC is going up to the RDA on chart 2. That's what we're trading against GC on ZB. ZB better work out here today. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reevaluate my trade system on that. Let's cancel this and do 1, 2, 3 trailing stops on ZB. So that's where we're at. And then let's see where we're at here. No, it's not going to sell off now. It's going to find support right here. Right here, it's going to find support and it's going to rip up and do another green candle. Yeah, it's going to find support right here. I don't know why it's playing around. Why is it messing around? I'm not ready to go super heavy yet. We're somewhat heavy, but not super heavy. There we go. We got to maybe change over, possibly. I don't know. We'll see. Got something to trade against now, but we're going into the 9 o'clock, the first half hour, so we're not going to do much here except wait. So all I'm going to do is just wait. So what it should be calling is wait. Should be calling waiting, not trading. Did get a little heavy. I'm not ready to jump on the trade yet, because we still got 3 more minutes. We got about 6 more minutes here of market movement. GC wise, if we go up here and look at GC, or is the day, we're testing the momentum indicators. It's hard to say actually what GC really wants to do. We're in the middle of a range, so really there's not a lot of edge right here. It's going to find support here. The NQ is going to find support here. I don't know why it's messing around. It's pretty obvious that it's going to find support here.
Order filled. Order filled.
Got picked up on another GC trade. GB is moving. Minor trade. We're only in 3 lots on that thing. Once we get picked up, if we get picked up on this other lot here on GC, then I will then put in some trailing stops in there. I don't know why NQ's messing around here. I mean, it might come down to the RDA on chart 2. You know, this might be a day where it's basically just going to be momentum long, so I might have to just get out of this trade and take a loss. We'll see. We will see. Here's the final line in the sand for a GC or for a CL. Oh, come on. Is it going to turn right now? No, it's gonna find support right at 9 o'clock. Right at what should be 10 o'clock market time. Yeah, it's going to find support here. It's not going to freaking sell off. There's no way it's going to sell off right here. Pretty obvious it's not going to sell off. Ah, maybe not. Maybe it will sell off. I don't know. Could be wrong. Been wrong before. Ah, didn't pick us up on that other GC entry. And then we're only on a few CLs, and then ZV is minor trade. We're only in 3 lots on that thing. All right, let's see what happens in the next 3 minutes. Next 3 minutes will tell whether or not, kind of give me an assessment of what I really should do on this trade. The next 3 minutes will give me a good idea of what I should do here. Yeah, it's doing exactly what I expected, which is find support. Not even what I expected, what the system expected. I should have just went long back here when I said, hey, I should trade it up. Like a dumbass, I stayed in this trade too long. Still need to work on that. Oh well, it is what it is. All right, so let's edit this page. You can get high if you want to. Leave your dog behind. Said it should be called waiting, not actual trading, because that's what you're doing most of the time. You're waiting. Sitting around waiting for something to happen. Feel free to ask questions. I will answer them. All right, now we're at the 9:03 mark. Now we do expect some kind of something to to transpire here.
Order filled. Order filled.
CL, we're only in 3 lots on CL. CL does appear to be moving up, so I'm going to put trailing stops. I'm going to give CL plenty of room on this move here. We're going to see if we can stick with that through a good part of the day here today. GC is, what is GC doing? Yeah, that was from my pre-market trading. We'll see if I ding all that or ruin all that here in this one trade. Who knows? Might happen. At a minimum, it's probably going to stop right around 644, the NQ that is. We might just get an opportunity to just break even on that thing. On the morning, did I trade? I traded CL, the NQ, and that's all I traded pre-market. Yep, momentum held. Ooh, that's going to get painful if it goes above that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Let's see if that holds. That is trade ovate, or not trade ovate, that is Sierra chart. I need to change that. I can give you signals. Interesting, your chart has latency. Okay, Morty. I don't know what you... Okay. How do you know my... Well, yeah, my chart has latency because... I know because I'm streaming, dude. It's never going to be full. I mean, I'm streaming, so I'm always going to have latency. Yeah, I might have more than 30 seconds of latency. Nothing I can do about that. The only thing I can do about it is if you want kind of good calls is join Discord down below. You'll see a link down below. And then Discord pretty much has no latency. If you're streaming, you should be ahead. What do you mean? Huh? I don't I don't get what you're saying, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I should have stayed in that trade on that. Yeah, streaming will always have a bit of a delay. I think I know what Morty's saying. What Morty's saying is that I'm actually a time traveler and I'm from the future. What do you mean your chart should be showing 1 minute after? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I have no idea. I can't follow you, Marty. I don't get what you're Morty. I don't know what you're saying, man. I'm trading live. I'm live here. I feel like I'm here. I'm pinching myself. Rex is looking at me. Rex is acknowledging me in real time. So I feel like I'm here. I feel like I'm really me. I mean, there's going to be a delay on YouTube.
Order filled. Order filled.
What is that song? You can dance if you want to. You can leave your dog behind. What is that song? Who sings that? All right, if I do get an opportunity to get out of this trade at break even, I'm gonna take it. GC is starting to punish me. What's Eurythmics? Oh, Eurythmics, thank you. Thank you. Men without hats. Okay. I don't know why I get these songs in my head. TradingView won't let me play music, otherwise I would play the music. It probably would annoy people. The safety dance. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your... I can only hear that part of the song. I'm going to have to listen to it. Oh, that was in 1982? Holy crap. That's so long ago. All right, GC might be punishing us. Let's look at it. Good stuff. The RDA is holding on chart 2, so that's kind of a concern here in this trade. So I probably could have got out there and then reversed. But we're going to stick with it for a little bit here. Just because. It might hold though. It might hold. So GC is interesting because, you know, I'm looking for that gap to be filled, I guess, on GC is what I'm looking for.
Order filled. Order filled.
So let's see if that happens. So we got another entry zone right here on GC. Right there at 1979 spot 3. All right, this is where it's either going to roll over or it's going to find support. So I might reduce. Let's get ready to reduce. Let's reduce, man. 21. I might reduce or I might reverse. We'll see. Yeah, I should have reversed at that RDA, just for the hell of it. One more. So let's go to Sierra chart. Let's do our entry here. You can dance if you want to. Good morning, Hyper Shin. Good morning, all. All right, we're going to see. This might be one just bad trade that I'm going to have to then make up for the rest of the day. Probably. That happens sometimes when I get stubborn and I do a stubborn fade trade. Sometimes then I just got to get a little more aggressive and trade myself out of that stubborn fade trade. All right, let's see if that's going to hold up. We're not going to give it much room to go in above that. Should sell off here if it's going to sell off. There we go. First sign of a possible sell-off. There we go. Next sign of a possible sell-off. Let's see. Its first reaction. We'll see if that first reaction holds or not. Does not look like it's gonna hold. Looks like it's gonna continue up. Punishing me today, aren't you today, NQ? Yeah. There we go.
Order filled.
Okay. Might continue up, but I expect some reaction here. I'd like to see some reaction. A decent amount of pullback to at least the chart 2 indicators. Trading in a couple different, trading in Sierra chart as well. So that's when you hear that push it to the limit. That's Sierra chart, me entering trades or getting out of trades or managing a trade. Probably going to get knocked out of this trade here on Sierra. The GC trade is not working out in our favor either.
Order filled.
Got out of that.
Order filled.
Move up our stop. You know what I love about Sierra chart? I mean, there's a lot of things I don't like about it, but you can move your trailing stops. Like you can move them visually, and then it'll reset them where you move it, which is friggin' awesome, which is like the way it should work. You should be able to move your trailing stops. Instead of having to cancel it, then reset it. It's like, it's friggin' awesome. That's one thing I like about Sierra chart. It's being stubborn. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see a sell-off now, man. Let's see a pivot. Let's see a decent sell-off here from this level. That's what we want to see. Does not look. So like here, well, I'm trying to find, where do I, oh, so yeah, here on crude oil, these are trailing stops on my chart. And if I move this down, number one, it doesn't allow me to move it down here. It just doesn't allow me to. But when I put trailing stops in trade ovate, for instance, I can't move the actual trailing stop by dragging it. And in Sierra charts, you can drag your trailing stop, and then it'll reset the trailing stop to where you put it, as far as that's where it'll start to trail from that point. That's what I mean. It's being awfully stubborn. Being really stupidly stubborn. I should be on the other side of this trade, but I'm an idiot. Just gonna short you again, so I don't know what the hell you're doing. What the hell? I still need to get Sierra chart down as far as trading with it. Fuck. Like, I don't know which one of these I have set up right. I hate this. Is it going to sell off here, or is it going to take us out? No, it's going to punish us. Might go up to the next range. I think it's going to find a little bit of a sell-off here. No, I'm trading live on Sierra right now. Yeah, I'm trading live on Sierra.
Order filled.
Yep. I don't know. I'll look at NT8 maybe again, possibly. I mean, it's same as trade ovate, pretty much. Is it gonna wait for the opening range total before it makes its move, or what is it gonna do? It's being very stubborn on that sell-off. Yeah, it's. I mean, I should have reversed there when it held the RDA, but it is what it is. I'd like to see a deeper sell-off here at this point, but I might just take a loss.
Order filled.
Fuck you. Fucking bullshit. Ah, my brackets are set up wrong. That's the problem on this thing. My brackets are set up wrong. Okay, I need to remove the target. Okay, I need to remove the target. Remove and just have the stop. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm still learning Sierra chart, right? So it's still a learning process for me. Ah. What is my stop on that? Let me see. Oh, it's 8. It should be 15, 20. There we go. Don't think it's going to get back up there now. We'll see. Probably not going to get an opportunity to break even on this trade. Yes, we have the Rexdog trade system on Sierra chart. So as we get more here in the next couple weeks, I'll be we'll share how you can actually. It'll be a minimal cost, but because there's a developer involved, it just can't be part of my program. So that will be something that you'll be able to purchase here shortly. The full Rexdog trade system, plus a few more things, a few more bells and whistles on Sierra charts. Looks like it's going to sell off, but we don't know yet. There we go. There we go. Finally, getting some decent movement out of it. Give it a little bit of room. Ooh, look at that. Crude oil moved up. Good thing I should have reversed on the gold trade, but I didn't. There we go. It's finding support at every zone. I don't know why it's doing that. So what's weird is that oh, because I'm trading the MNQ there. Okay, that's why. Yeah. So I'm trading the MNQ on Sierra chart, just a smaller account, just as I get comfortable with it. I'm not ready to trade it at size yet. Just want to understand how the platform works and how it moves, and just need to get used to it before I go heavy and start trading heavy on it. Well, chart 4 is trying to hold that momentum there, but let's see if it breaks. It's possibly breaking. Looks to be maybe breaking. Terrible trade though. Don't execute trades like this. Terrible trade. I just haven't seen the point where I want to get, I really want to get heavy and just go another 40 lots, trade myself out of it. So one more push down here, loses this level here at 663. It's probably going to go down to 645, maybe. That's what we're looking for. It's being pretty stubborn about the sell-off though. Yeah, it's been very stubborn about the sell-off. Yeah. Looks like it might come back up. All right, well, maybe I reduce here. Maybe we reduce. Let's give it a little bit of time here to break the RDA. It's messing around with the RDA in chart 2. So I've got to give it opportunity to possibly break the RDA. If it breaks the RDA, then it's going to go down. But if it doesn't break the RDA, then I've stayed in at 2 RDA tests and stopped being stubborn with the trade. That's really what to do. But we'll give it an opportunity here to continue to try to break the RDA. But it seems to be holding it. It's what happens when you fight the system and you do a fade trade. ZB's long. Do I have? Yeah, I do have trailing stops on ZB. So that ZB trade actually is would have been a decent trade, or is a decent trade on its own. Should have been a little bit heavier on that. All right. Well, indecisive 5-minute candle there. So we'll see if it sells off. Looks like it's going to go back up. I don't know. We'll see. Still waiting for the RDA. So on my YouTube channel, I'll share this. I'll find it without getting distracted. Yeah, it's against momentum and bias. Fuck you. What did I get out on Sierra trade? Stupid ass.
Stop filled.
What did we get stopped on? ZB? Fine, you little fucker.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Alright, now I'm going to get pissed. I'm going to start trading pissed. You're going to sell off, you little bitch. I know you are. I was way early on that trade. A little idiot. Maybe it's not going to sell off. You know, I need to see how the reverse works in Sierra chart. I don't think I've used the reverse yet. Need to see how it works. On Sierra chart, it works terrible. Yeah, I mean, it should just reverse the position, shouldn't it? That's how you would expect it to work. But maybe it doesn't do it. That's why I should do it in replay mode, or yeah. So that's what I thought. I think I've tested it before, John. I think you're right. I've tested it before and it doesn't. Yeah, that's right. It reverses the lots you have entered. So if you're in 2 lots and then you only have 1 selected, it will just reverse on 1, which is pretty stupid. That's one of the reasons why one of the things we're doing is we're we're creating, I've developed my ultimate trade panel for Sierra Chart, which would do the things on Sierra, it would do what I would want to see on Tradeovate and other platforms in Sierra Chart. So we've developed that, and we have that developed, or not developed yet, not released, but I've designed it. Feels like we might get a decent sell-off here. We need to take some profit, obviously, at this first momentum check here. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, you're right that it does not. The way Sierra Chart does the reverse, the base reverse, does not make sense. I mean, maybe it makes sense to Sierra Chart. Doesn't make sense to traders, to people that trade. But you know, hey, what do I know? I just trade. All right, there we go. All right, we'll see if it continues to sell off here. It's going to find, I mean, this is the reaction zone, so this is where you want to start taking profit if you were fading the market.
Order filled. Order filled.
There we go.
Order filled.
And then, how do we divide? I guess we do 6. 1, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 40 deuce, 48. All right, well, we'd see a deeper sell-off. That's the question. Oh, it looks like it. I'm still in my Sierra Chart trade too. That's pretty sweet. We balling out of control there too. You can sell off if you want to. You can leave your dog behind. I don't think that's the lyrics though. I don't think it's the dog behind. I'm gonna have to listen to this where I can't, because TradingView, YouTube, I'll just get a copyright strike, which I don't care about. But TradingView does not like if you play any music at all. So I guess I can listen to it in my headset. Let me do that. There we go. We got the sell-off we were looking for, man. Just took a little bit longer than we anticipated. I do have trailing stops in there, so you might hear me get taken out of these trailing stops. Next zone is right here, 6 deuce 0, if it really does want to sell off. Chart 4, that aligns with the RDA at chart 4. So, well, at least on the MNQ. Sorry, let me look at the 594 on the NQ. Yeah, it's really off. That's really, really off. Interesting. Interessante. All right, let's see if it's going to tap 655. Oh, look at that.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, getting stopped out, obviously. Might as well get stopped out on some of that. I think we will sell it again if we get stopped out completely out of this trade. But we'll give it a little bit of room. Need to give it a little bit of breathing room. Let it tap the RDA.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Trying to hold that momentum indicator there. Hey, if you haven't followed, or if you haven't joined Discord, you want to join Discord if you're new here, first time watching, you want to definitely join Discord. Ooh, we might get taken out. It might hold that momentum, little bastard. It might hold that momentum. It's playing around with the RDA and the momentum indicators. It might hold that momentum. It might hold that 5-minute level. You expect it, obviously, when it breaches a low like that, you expect that kind of behavior that we see right here. This isn't something beyond. Have any good jokes? I'm not a good joke person. I kind of have a dry sense of humor. I have a dry sense of humor, but I've never been a good remembering jokes and telling jokes person. I'm fairly decent at being able to maybe find the comedy in situations in real time. Just waiting. We'll see if we get knocked out of that treasury trade there. And then we're giving CL plenty of room to see if we can ride that up the rest of the day. And then we'll see if we can stay in this trade here on our Sierra chart. Did you hear the one about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? No, I did not hear the one about the mathematician. Or is that where I say, on this joke, do I say who's there? Did you hear? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Now, these dad jokes, are these just jokes? Yeah. Oil's not going down. Oil's going up. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's the joke. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Look at that. Bam. So is it going for the weekly open test? That's the question. The real question on this is it going for the weekly open test? All right, so now let me see if I can do a trailing stop. How come I can't do a trailing stop? What the? Okay, what? There we go. Okay. Oh, it's on 3. Whoa. Yeah, you really got to watch on Sierra chart. Whoa, look at that sell-off, man. All right, so now we need to take some profit here because it's at a reaction zone. Or we don't have to, but we're going to.
Order filled.
We'll take.
Order filled.
And then 6, 12, 18. Damn, look at that. Looks like it's gonna go test the weekly open again. Whew. Well, if it gets below that, we're gonna go long again at the weekly open. Look at that trade, man. It's freaking balling out of control. Yeah, it is moving. I think it's got a direction. I think it wants to go below the weekly open, retest it, and then we're gonna go long again. That's what we're gonna do, son. Okay, so I'm sorry. You guys mentioned before, or people mentioned before, who sings "You Can Dance If You Want To, You Can Leave Your Dog Behind," whatever the song is. Who sings that again? I'm going to find it on Spotify so I can listen to it. I should look it up. Was it the Mechanics? Not the Mechanics. Let me go back in the chat. Yeah, it is moving, man. Look at that. Whew. Men Without Hats. Thank you. Men Without Hats. It's probably their #1 song. The Safety Dance. Oh, it's really called The Safety Dance? Wow. I thought you were kidding when you said it's called The Safety Dance. There's an extended dance version and then there's a short version. Oh. Yeah, this is the song. Thank you. Thank you for Morty. Thank you for sharing Who it is? Oh, it's we can dance if we want to. I thought it was you can dance. So the question here on this trade here is it going to tap the VWAP and then fake everybody out? But I think it's going to go below the open. So let's go below the open. Let's wait for it to get to below the open, and then let's go long. Sound good? Do you think with a smaller account you would have taken a loss on NQ because you wouldn't be able to add more? Oh yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't have been trading the way I was. I look, when you have well, I can't believe that thought just entered my head. I was going to say something about the Ukraine war. Well, okay. For instance, one of the theories of the Ukraine war is that Russia is getting rid of a lot of its poor and undesirable men that they can't find jobs for. Because if you look at, and I'm not going to get political here, I'm just going to look at this from tactically. Tactically and strategically, Russia has not even added their tier 2 or tier 1 units to the fight in Ukraine. Now, I mention that because I could have traded up to 270 contracts here in this account that I'm trading today. I can trade up to 270 contracts, I think. So I could have really gone insane with that trade if I wanted to. See it tap the VWAP? So that's the question. The fake out trade here is holding the VWAP and not getting below the weekly open. But it's so close to the weekly open, you would think it's going to want to tap it. I mean, well, you know, they're committing the Wagner Group, or not? Yeah, is it the Wagner Group? If I'm mistaking that for something else, you know, the Wagner Group is there so that they have plausible deniability, but then the other aspect of that is that they haven't committed their tier 1 or tier 2, their highly trained units yet to the fight in Ukraine. They've really just they've committed a lot of conscripted units, not as well trained, because Russia has the ability. They have about another, I think it's from the numbers I saw and talking to a few people, they've got another 750,000 to 1.2 million people that they could put towards the effort before they need to tap their tier 1, tier 2 units. I mean, it's sad to say this. I mean, I'm not, you know, because these are people. This is human life. You know, this is, it's an atrocity what's happening over there. So I'm not in any way on their side. I'm just saying from a strategic, tactical aspect. You know, so I relate that to my capital size. When you have a large capital size and you don't fully use it all the time, then you have dry powder that you can then trade yourself out of being stubborn. So I was being stubborn there for quite a while. It was pretty stupid. It's not the best way to trade. I should have. I had multiple times where I could have reversed at a minimal loss comparatively, and then went with the trade, went with the direction of the market. So this is what we're seeing now, exactly what I said. Some traders are waiting for, obviously, the test of the weekly open. Now we just got out of that Sierra trade. Let's see what we made there. Not bad, $100 on that MNQ trade. So I'll give you guys an example of what I'm trading today. I'm trading a new broker, and you can't see this on TradingView. I apologize, because TradingView only allows me to stream one window. But for those that are watching on YouTube, this is, I started with a $1,000 on this account, and today our day profit is 158, and I'm trading just the MNQ on Sierra chart, just as I get comfortable with it. There's no reason for me to go, go crazy or trade anymore. Just I need to get familiar with the platform. I'm trading. I'm committing to trading it every day. So you can see here, our cash balance is 1194, and our day profit today is a 158. So we actually did. I think some of that was from yesterday too. I think I was up about $30 from yesterday. Just one or two trades that I did yesterday. I can show. Does anybody on YouTube want to see the Sierra chart setup? Would anybody be interested in seeing that? If you're interested, I can show it. Okay. Here we go. This is what Sierra chart looks like right now for me on where's my trade window? There it is. For trading, as you can see, it's well, I changed the resolution here. So how do I do this? Window, is it tile horizontally? Yeah. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Tile vertically. Fuck you. See, this is why I don't know how quite to use tile grid horizontally. That's what I should have done. Yeah. So that's Sierra chart. I was in a trade. I'm no longer in a trade. Let me go back to my window. Sorry. I'm just... I will set up Sierra chart so that it's streaming the same way we are. I'm going to be trading in Sierra chart, but I need to learn how to use it first. Yeah, I know I can delete that ugly trade panel, but what do you mean by setup buttons? I would be very interested in what you're talking about as far as setup buttons. Yeah, how do you do that? How do you do that? I would be very interested in that. You can have buttons similar to Tradeovate. Well, yeah, I mean, I would be very interested on that. Okay, there we are. We're at below the weekly open. So I think right here is where would be an early reverse. Out of nowhere for no reason, I guess. So do we reverse right here? I think we do.
Order filled.
There we go. We did a reversal. Now we're long. And let's see. Let's do an early fade on the expectation that that was an overshoot intention. Okay. Thank you. That is something I love. I think we'll start a Sierra chart channel then. Yeah, because I didn't know that you could have buttons. I mean, I'll share briefly what I want. So my dream trade panel looks like this, and then this. It's a series of buttons like this, and it's a series of buttons like this, and then it's a window that kind of does a few things like this. So that's my dream panel, my first version of it. We'll see if we get there. All right, so we reversed there. Like I said, we were waiting for an overshoot of the weekly open. We reversed. Oh, why am I switching Sierra charts? There's a couple reasons. There's quite a few reasons. One of it is stability. One of it is, without going into Tradeovate's API, none of these tools are really built for traders. Sierra chart allows you to code some things. It's built in C++. Plus, it's, while it does look like it's written in the 2000 era, before the .com era, it provides you with a lot of flexibility. What is but SNH similar can be set up? What's SMTH? What is SMTH? I'd be interested in what that is. Oh, something. Oh, something can be set up. Yeah. No, I mean so the developer is kind of said that, yeah, we're able to do that. No, I don't have any conviction on how high CL is going. But as I said earlier, I wish I would have been in more than I am. I'm only up 1,500 on that trade, but I think, I mean, if it really gets going, where is it going? The first target is 72.18. The next one is 72.51. And if it really gets going, then it's going to take out that 73.18 level if it really gets going. So that's why I've given it plenty of room and just said, okay, well, let's see what it does. All right, so now that was a perfect almost RDA check. Did I put into what? How much capital did I put into what? I'm only in 3 lots on CL, if that's what you're asking. All right, now we got something to trade against on the actual NQ. We're in 12 lots. We're up about $2,900 on that reversal. Let's see if we can get picked up for another. So what are we betting on here? Or not betting. What are we expecting here? We're expecting the weekly open to hold of the actual perfect tap of the weekly open on the NDX. So what we're trading against now is we're trading that it's going to hold. And then this is almost, if it holds here, then you would anticipate it would be long the rest of the day. And where is it going to go? Well, it's going to go back up to 683. That's where it's trying to go. If it closes above, I can almost guarantee this, and I say this with hesitation. There's 2 levels that I can almost guarantee that if it closes above. If it closes above 614, I can almost guarantee that it's probably going to take out 683. So 618 is really the next level to watch. The first level to watch before that is 596. How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck chuck could chuck wood? I probably didn't say that right. By the way, if you're watching this on TradingView, you want to join down below. It says join my Discord. Oh, also, I got the username officially RexDog Actual. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So anybody watch the full season of Succession? I mean, all seasons of Succession. And I will answer your question, Morty, too. I just want to know if it's I'm on season 2, episode 1, and I just want to know whether or not it's worth watching. It's worth finishing. It's worth finishing the series. I just want to know whether or not it gets better, or it kind of stays at this same level of. I mean, I'm kind of entertained by it. By the way, we've updated our past page. I'm going to share this in the Alpha Den. All right. So here's the thing. We got a change in momentum. So we're going to add a pullback here. And then we're going to add a pullback here. See if we get picked up. We do have the RDA on chart 2 to contend with. So that's the only thing we have to contend with. If it overseeds the RDA, what do we see? What do you anticipate? Afterlife is awesome if you are into dark comedy. Okay. So I'll add Afterlife. Best show on TV this year, worth it. Okay. All right, Sprolick. Well, you know, I'll just share my concern on why I don't want to continue. Is because, without getting into spoilers, one of the characters at the end of season 1, is set to have a major confrontation, but then has a very predictable setback, and the setback, once it unfolds, it was pretty obvious how it was going to play a role to end up the season, and then continue the stretching the dramatic tension between the characters. And I know I'm analyzing this from I can't help it because I'm a writer, so I can't help it. But I just was wondering if Succession continues to do that, where it has flutters of greatness here and there. Because when what I really like is when, actually, it's kind of strange. I know I've met people like some of the people in Succession. I can tell that the writer knows people probably from that kind of upper crust New York area, because he's nailed a couple key characters, at least few traits of people that I've actually met in real life. As much as they seem like they're caricatures on that show, I've met people in real life like some of those people. All right, here's the test that we're looking for. Chart 2, RDA, 600. Close above 600 is probably going to rip up the rest of the day. Not rip up. I mean, it's going to go and take out this upper level. It's going to probably be ugly on the way path there. But, all right, we've got trailing stops. We're in 24 lots. We're up about $9,000 on this trade. Boom. All right, well, Sprolick, thank you for the recommendation. I will continue it. Price action strategy or smart money concept for beginner. Neurodyne, can you be more specific? Can you say more about that? Say more about that. Are you asking the strategy that I trade? I can tell you the strategy that I trade. I can do it in under probably a paragraph. The system that you see me trading is a predictive system. It predicts on the market where reactions will happen, and then we trade around reactions. What's your P&L right now? My P&L is 7,900 because I got stubborn on that trade. So that's my P&L right now. But we're up, what? This is where we're at. I'll show you where we're at. I mean, it should be right around 18,000. It should be, that's because that one bad trade. So this is where I'm at. We're up at 7,900. Open trade 11,968 and 1,300. So I guess if you add that all up, 12,000, 13,000, could be up around 20,000 if I got out of the. But this is where I was at. So really, that one trade that I stuck, that fade trade. Oh, what's the best for a beginner? Neither. Okay, well, price action. Smart money strategy doesn't exist. So anybody that tells you about smart money, any video or anything that you see that says smart money is lying to you, okay? If someone tells you that they know a smart money strategy or that they know of a big bank strategy, They don't know what they're talking about. Or, okay, here's what I will say. If someone is saying, I know how the big banks trade, or this is how the big banks trade, but they didn't spend at least 10 years at a big bank or a big trading firm like Goldman Sachs or anywhere else, they have no idea what they're talking about. They're just making it up. They're making it up to sell you their training. That's what they're doing. So if anybody talks about smart money, they don't know what they're talking about. Any trader that mentions smart money is clueless in my assessment, because I've never met someone that says, "Hey, I'm Brad. I'm smart money." Oh, hi, Brad. I'm Rex. I'm dumb money. Great to meet you. I've never met anybody. And just so people have a little context, no. I'm still, and I don't know if you're listening today, man. If you're listening today, man, I know we're set for a call tomorrow. But I have a friend that is within the top. I said top 10 the other day. He's actually in the top 20 hedge funds. And every 2 weeks, kind of on the dot, we talk. And every 2 weeks, he still tells me that it's time to come over and be with the big dogs and have my own wing of the actual firm. But I just value, I value the fact that right now I could end this stream right now and I could grab Rex and I could say, Rex, we're going to go visit, I don't know, some small city that's about an hour away, right? And I could just do that if I felt up to it. If I just wanted to, I could just say, hey, Rex, we're going to go do that. I just value that. And I just know, yeah, I'm into AI and Tesla. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. I do swing trade, and I'm working on one of the reasons why you guys haven't seen a lot of YouTube videos and stuff from me, because I'm working on the process of between my nephew, me, and possibly hiring someone to be able to push out all the trading that I do and all the stuff that I'm involved in as far as trading. I'm one person. I'm one man. I identify as a man. I'm not going to get into that whole argument. I am one man, and I have, obviously I share this. I have terminal cancer. I get treatment every 2 weeks. My first focus is family. Look at that. Told you. I know, I'm with you. I cringe on the smart money. I'm just telling you, anybody that, I'm just sharing you. I'll go through charts. I'll go through some. Let's, in a bit, go through AI and Tesla, if that's cool. All right, we're up about 18 grand on this trade. Not a bad trade. I do say so myself. Oh, I did not get picked up on my Sierra chart trade. Damn it, Jim. Part of it is when I moved the window over there, it screwed up my whole chart book look. You can dance if you want to. I got my fix of that song. It's actually, I'm not even singing it right. I don't trade so much options. I do trade options. What I trade is so the only options trades that I trade is I have a list of 27 stocks that I follow on the options market. What is the starting capital for trading? What are you trading? Futures? So I follow 27 different tickers on the options market. And then I trade a strategy that looks for extremes of both Keltner channels and Bollinger Bands, and then uses the Rexdog system then to filter that. So what we do is we look for when the strategy, and it's sometimes it's butterflies, sometimes it's condors, sometimes it's we're not going to get into options. I probably will get into options eventually. Yeah, we could dance if we want to. Thank you. That's the right way to say it. I don't know why I have in my head I can dance if I want to. I don't know why. Look at this trade. What did I share? When it was selling off, I said, is it going to go and test the VWAP, or is it going to hold the VWAP? And if it doesn't hold the VWAP, it's going to go below that, and then you know, the best trade is to, and I entered a little bit late. You can see where I entered a little bit late. Still a decent trade. So let me answer this question. So Forex and gold, okay, that's what you're trading. And then I know a trader that talks about dumb money, but he is a trader at a bank for 40 years, was a bond trader at a large bank. Yeah, so, you know, I would trust someone from that pedigree, that background, because they know what they're talking about. So I wanted to open a pub for investors and trade as a group, but never did. Yes, men without hats. Thank you. Okay, so let me answer the question on Forex and gold. So if you want to trade gold futures, the minimum is $3,000 in my mind. $3,000, you can trade the micro gold contract. And that's the minimum amount that you'd want to start with in the futures market. Forex, you can start with $1,000. I trade Forex, but I use no stop losses in Forex. And then my trades are, my average trade, I think I just did the calculation the other day, is 72 days. So the average Forex trade that I'm in is 72 days. And I trade Forex with no stop losses. Basically, I trade the Rexdog system starting at the 4-day, and then I drop down to the 4 hour is the lowest time frame that I look at. And then I trade with some of the custom indicators that we have. So up about $26,000 on this trade. That's not bad. Not a bad trade. So I just don't. So now let's talk about. Well, let's look at AI. We're going to do that next. Let me share some of the names that I'm in on AI. Well, one of them, obviously, for those that know, I've been talking. I mean, I shared this a while ago. I mean, one of the idea is I shared my NVIDIA trade, which is here, and that NVIDIA trade, I mean, it went well beyond my zone. We're still in that trade. I took profit here. I took a third off, held 2/3 back, and then just put my trailing stops down here, or not trailing stops, my actual fixed stops right around 240, below 240, below this actual candle here. So right below like 239 or so were my stops. And then I just sat on it, and I didn't expect this rip up, but then it ripped up to 400, so, or 393, yeah, right around 400. I did not expect that move. But yeah, we can look at Euro GBP based on that RL. Yeah, so can dance if you want to. Can leave your friends behind because your friends don't dance. If they don't dance, they're no friends of mine. Okay, that's the actual lyrics of that song. Okay, so we're in a ZB trade, bonds trade. We're up about $1,100. Looks like we might get taken out of this actual CL trade. If it comes back here, it looks like it's going to come back and test the VWAP at least. It's testing the momentum indicators. I don't know what we're up on that trade. Let me see what we're up on that trade. We're only up, well, we were up about 1,000. Now we're up to about 570. On our NQ trade, we're up 27,000. So let's look at the Euro GP, Euro pound, URLG. We'll look at, whoa, look at that. Pretty obvious. It's been short. There's no reason why you should have been a buyer. You got a good opportunity to buy momentum there, or sell momentum there, sorry. We look at the 4-day, probably going to see the same type of thing. Well, it's pretty obvious. If it breaks this level, it breaks this low, and it's going down here. It's going down to 836.30, or it's probably most likely going down to this level here. So to share my strategy on Forex, what I would do is I would scale in. If I was trading this, I'd scale in all the way up to here. And then obviously I'd actually scale in all the way up to here. I'd create a scale in strategy like this. And I'd scale in. Because now the chart is telling me that it's going to go to this zone. That's what it's telling me. I mean, it might stop at this zone, but it's telling me it's going to go to this zone. So I'll scale in all the way here. The second we get a close above here, I'd get out of that trade. That's the strategy. So this looks short. Yeah, we can look at Euro USD too. All right, now this one here is interesting. This one here, we're starting to see maybe a stair-step pattern develop here on the 4-day. Let's look at the daily, see what the daily tells us. Now the daily's flirting with a momentum changeover. You know, the fact that it held this zone here, this value zone. If you look at this here, this is a value zone right here, and it was a previous value zone right here. So there's two previous value zones there. We're going to use that as excess. So the fact that it held that value zone just from that perspective means that it's probably looks like, you know, while it is a fade trade and it's against the market, your probably best trade here is actually long on a pullback. Wait for pullback. So we look at the 4-hour where you see structure. What do we see? We see it's holding the daily open. So to me, the way I would trade this, and so we remove all this just real quick. This is how quick I make my Forex decisions, literally. This is I would start scaling in down to here. I'd create a scale in plan down to here. No stop losses. And then, because this is a fade trade, but based on the fact that just from a cursory look, it held these two value ranges, these two previous value ranges. Because what's important about those value ranges? Let's talk about this. Well, number one, this value range kind of tested the RDA. This value range, while it did exceed the RDA, it held the RDA. I mean, an overshoot is holding. This is holding the RDA. So what are we expecting? We're expecting the same type of behavior here. And at a minimum, it's probably going to take out this level, but it's probably going for this level up here right around 48876 is probably where it's going for. We've got green mix 200. So just my quick assessment of this, and let's go to the trades right now. I think we might be getting knocked out of some of these trades here. We're up about 27,000 on that trade. Not a bad trade, I would say. What do you guys think?
Stop field.
So you're asking.
Stop field.
I'll
Stop
answer that. Got knocked out of or we're out of the trade. We're only in 6 more lots. P&L wise, we're up 27,000 now. The question is, do we want to get back into that trade, or I'm happy to take. Let's reverse.
Order filled.
Okay, we're gonna sell now. Getting a little aggressive on the sell. We'll see. We'll see if that's gonna work out in our favor. We're selling down to the VWAP. See if it taps the VWAP, then holds the VWAP. At a minimum, it might hold this momentum indicator. Oh, for a short scalp, Euro GP. I don't know about, with the Euro GPD, we can look at a scalp on that, I guess. Euro G. What would be a scalp on that? On the 5-minute? Fade trade, obviously. Fade trade, which is right now, we don't even have to look at this. You plan an entry plan down to there, and then you expect an RDA check or a momentum check. We can look at the 1 hour to make sure that that confirms it. But let's see. We don't even see left of the chart. Holy shit. Jesus. You're in no man's land. Okay, here's your zones. So there's your first zone. Then there's your second zone. All right, there's your zones on the 1 hour. Yeah. So the trade on the 5-minute is pretty obvious here. I mean, you're well below your zones. So the trade on the 5-minute is basically pretty obvious. You buy right now, and then you scale in probably down to here, with the expectation that it's going to do an upward test. That's what I'd be doing if I was trading this right now. It's a fade trade, so if you don't have your fade card, you shouldn't be doing that. Okay, so someone asked on TradingView, got 1,000 in BABA. Do you think it might pop? We'll look at BABA in a second. There are so many stocks out there. How did you find a specific stock to trade? Well, so number one, I use a scanner called Stock Fetcher. And then I use my system, the RexDog system that you see me trading, to actually find stocks. So that's what I use. Other than that, I wouldn't day trade stocks. Day trading stocks is a waste of time. Day trading stocks is the worst use of your time you could do. Why? Because to day trade stocks, you have to use a scanner and you have to figure out what stock's going to move for the day. And it's just a waste of time. Day trade Forex, futures, or crypto. Don't day trade stocks. And don't day trade specific cryptos. Or you could. If you're going to day trade stocks, pick 20 stocks and then day trade those 20 stocks. Other than that, it's a waste of time spending a half hour, 15 minutes, or whatever, or even an hour trying to find what stocks are going to move for the day. It's just a complete waste of time. Anybody that day trades stocks, I think, likes punishment. Why not day trade futures? Which futures, that's what you see me day trading, guaranteed to move every single day. Futures are guaranteed to move. You are guaranteed to have 4 to 5 good high probability trades in the futures market every single day. And I say that our system provides, the system that you see me trade, I could go through, you can give me any day out of the last 10 years, random day, and the system, using the system, you will see 4 to 5 at a minimum high probability trades any day. It doesn't matter what day. And for those that trade the system, alphas, if you're watching, you can give me a day and we can go look at the day. And since you know the rules and you know the system, actually, once you get into my training and my membership, by the way, which is a one-time fee of $9.97, it won't be that for much longer. We're going to be increasing the price by 5-fold. But, once every single day, there's 4 or 5 high probability trades on any given day in any futures market. So why would you want to then have to spend time looking for the stocks that are going to move? Yeah, you can learn my system. So there's 2 ways you can learn my system. This is a TradingView question. You can go to my website. It's linked down below, RexDog System. Or I have over 250 videos on YouTube. If you want to learn the system and no holds barred, then joining the training for $9.97 one-time fee includes all the training, updated training that we're adding. Also, it includes all free indicators or private indicators and everything else. One of the things that we're working on is I'm working on the next version of the training, which is swing trading. And then we're working on a training which is from job to trader. And how I'm going to be doing that is I'm going to find people that actually have jobs or responsibilities, and we're going to work on the training in conjunction with their responsibilities, their limitations, and I'm going to ensure that training has specific challenges that they face. Because I don't have a job. I can't put myself in. So for instance, I know someone in real life that he's a stay-at-home dad, and his wife is working and he's watching his newborn. Well, he can trade, but obviously he has to trade around the needs of his newborn. And the needs of him maintaining the house. I think he also has another kind of job or something that he does on the side or something. I'm not quite sure. But me connecting with him and devising a swing trading strategy around his individual responsibilities is gold compared to what I could come up with if I tried to put myself in that situation. Just me sitting down with him once a week and discussing what his challenges are will ensure that another trader selling their service. Wow, how original. What are you talking about, futures trader? Have you been on any of my streams? Have you been on any of my streams? That's the first comment that you say, dude. Out of all the value that I provide, that's the first comment you say. It's kind of a bitch-ass comment. Anyways, you get me distracted. So I want to connect with at least 4 to 5 people that actually have jobs or responsibilities so that I truly understand kind of their challenges instead of trying to get in the mindset. That way I can actually talk to them. And don't just go away with that drive-by comment, man. If you're a futures trader, if you're going to make a comment, continue with your comment or be a troll. You know what? Just 4 or 5 on each event. Go. Yes. You know what? Actually, if people want to, give me tickers, and we will go, and I will pull up charts, and I will show you the 4 or 5 trade, high probability trades within the system. It doesn't matter. Any market, any chart. All right, there we go. We're testing the VWAP. We're up about $2,300 on this trade. Only 6 lots, relatively small trade. I'm wondering if I reverse at the VWAP here. Or do we do a RDA? The question is Friday going to want to hold this actual can explain the VWAP? Morty, well, I'm not going to explain the VWAP because you can look it up. But, okay, there we go. If it taps the daily or the weekly open here again, we're going to buy it again. Jeez, look at that sell-off, man. Whew, that's pretty fierce. So we're going to reverse. Bam. All right, we reversed. We're up about 37 grand today. Yeah, Morty, what I would suggest is that the VWAP, one of the reasons why you never hear me talk about volume is because the VWAP is in our system. So I never have to look at volume for markets that have volume. Now we need to be a little careful on this trade here because that sell-off is pretty fierce. There might have been some kind of news or something. Maybe Janet Yellen's OnlyFans page went down. That could be what. Or maybe Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen did like a shared OnlyFans stream, and maybe that's what's happening in the market. I think that's probably what's going on. It's either that. It's one of the Fed's OnlyFans page either got hacked or something happened here. That's got to be what's moving the market right now. Yeah, no problem, Morty. But I mean, I'm with the VWAP. I mean, that's such a basic, or not. I mean, it is a. There's more than enough information on that indicator that it should be something that you can look up. What I would suggest you do when you look up the VWAP, though, is that when it's taught how to use, think a little bit deeper than what it's telling you, and think the opposite of what is typically out there as far as advice on how to use the VWAP. That's what I would suggest. You know, one of the things that's cool that I have, these are the other things. See, this is like people like this futures trader that didn't have the balls to actually continue to conversate with me and just to do a little drive-by comment. And the first time on the stream, look, I don't mind someone challenging me. I mean, I get it. You know, he is right. I'm just another person, another snake oil salesman, as he would say. So I get it. But someone that I could tell he's just on this stream. So I have a couple VWAP indicators like this here. Is this actually public? Yeah. So this is a public indicator. Multi-day VWAP. This is an awesome indicator. Here, I'll share this. Awesome indicator. Multi-day VWAP. This is a free VWAP indicator. And then not only do I share the value of this indicator, but then I share in detail how to use it with multiple examples. Ooh, look at that. We're starting a little early on this. Oh, man. It's getting fierce out there.
Stop filled.
All right. We're in 14 lots. Let's not get too aggressive. There we go. That's the next zone we'd want to buy. There's another trading view indicator that I've created or that I've shared. The advanced VWAP. This is another free one. So if you like the VWAP, this one's actually awesome too. Look, you could just create a trading strategy in just the VWAP alone. I've been trading since 2016. I've been profitable since 2017. I'm answering the question on TradingView. So I've been trading since 2016. I started in crypto and Forex. And then I started, I've traded everything. I trade everything now too, but I've traded everything. And then I became profitable mid part of 2017. And I've been a profitable trader ever since 2018. Very seldom do I have a red day. I've only had 2 red days this year. Those are both documented on YouTube. But I don't have red days. The system we trade does not have red days if you're trading it correctly. We're fading the market right now. Sorry, I'm not showing my trades. I apologize. We're fading the market right now, so this is obviously an aggressive trade. Oops, sorry. 2016 profitable since mid 2017. The Rexdog trade system is since 2018 or so. Yeah. So for those that are wondering, like, oh, dude, no, whatever. Look, I no longer give a shit anymore. I really don't. Here's my P&L for the year of just my streams. This is just my streams, and I haven't updated this week. You can go, and every one of these, pretty much, you can go. I link the streams, so you can see the streams, and then I used to add the streams, but this page started to load a lot, so I don't have the streams here. But you can go through, and pretty much most of this P&L is documented real time, just like today, like I'm trading today. So, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Oh, not what I'm trying to say.
Order filled. Order filled.
Sorry, I'm watching this trade to make sure we're not doing stupid trades.
Stop filled. Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah. Ooh, got stopped out of the CL trade. Bastards. How dare you? Yeah. Oh, we should have just stuck with the short. We should have stuck with the short, not got aggressive on the fade trade. Well, let's wait. We got plenty of more powder to kind of add if we want to add to this trade. Bam.
Order filled.
Bam.
Order filled.
Let's not get too aggressive. This is our next zone that we want to add at. Boom. Boom. Yeah, I should have stayed short too in the actual. I'm only updating my P&L on a weekly basis now, just because I don't want to do it every day. I got more important things to do than update my P&L for people that don't really care. Were you going long because of the yellow white line? Well, I was going long because of the chart 4. That's what's my control. So chart 4 is why I was going long, an overshoot of what would be a weak level at at, I'm sorry, 566. So that's why I was going long, is an overshoot of that. Our next level is right around 478. But I think the market will give us an opportunity here to break even or make a little bit of a profit here on this trade. Hopefully. So no, I wasn't going long because of that white yellow line. I was going long because of chart 4. Chart 4 is our big tick chart. So chart 4 is we trade, so on each ticker, we trade what is called the 4 chart setup. It's a combination of time and tick charts. And you want a true superpower in trading, what you do is you remove time from your trading. You find a way to remove time from your trading. If you want a true superpower in trading, is that you find a way in aspects of your trading to remove time as a decision factor. So people that trade the system that you guys are watching right now, the alphas in my membership, and yes, dude, I bet you're still there, but you just don't want to respond, futures trader. Yes, I'm just another, don't need to, what did you say here? Another trader selling their service. Wow, how original. Yes, I'm being extremely original here. For members that are in my training, they understand the power of taking time out. If you look at your trade system, right? Most trade systems, because you're trading candlestick charts, are only using time charts. That means that you're allowing time to be a dominant factor in some of your trading decisions. If you want to advance as a trader, what you need to do is you need to find a way to make time 50% of your trading decisions, not the dominant part of your trading decisions. And when you do that, what you'll find is that you are actually following the capital flow of the market better than time charts. Time charts do not properly allow you to figure out the capital flow of the markets. That's why you have to look at TPO charts. That's why you have to look at things like, you have to look at point of controls. You have to look at other things. That's how you take time out as a factor. Volume alone is not really that valuable. Volume is helpful in certain aspects, but volume alone is deceiving, because volume alone is, and I know I'm getting highbrow, so we're going to get out of this trade, I think, maybe, because it's going to test and we're going to start over because we're a little too large on this trade. But I'm giving it a little bit of an opportunity.
Order filled.
There we go. We're up about 42 G's for the day. That's not bad. Decent day for trading. What do y'all say? Terrible trade though. I had one bad trade. One really bad trade that destroyed my day. So you're going to see here on what I'm going to share here in a second. You're going to see a $53,000 losing trades. That's because I got stubborn on a fade trade because I was being a dumbass. You know, don't be a dumbass. That trading rule number 1, don't be a dumbass. So this is actually a bad trading day, terrible trading day. So I'm having a terrible trading day. I'm still up 42 grand, but see that negative 53? That's because I was a dumbass, because I got stubborn. Yeah, no, I will. Let me, well, let's look at BABA. So sorry, I just got off on tangents. So is BABA a, BABA, is this Alibaba? Duh. All right, Alibaba. Bam. All right. Pretty obvious on Alibaba. So the trade that exists on the table is you basically buy until it breaks this zone here. And then if it breaks this zone here, then it's going here. Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. So you buy there. And then what are you watching for? where right now you're watching for a close above the RDA here. If it closes above the RDA, it's going to take out this level up here. Almost guaranteed. You got the mix 200. So the most important zone that you're watching on Alibaba is right here, between the mix 200 and the RDA. A close above this, it's going up here. Close above the RDA, it's going up here. So the trade on Alibaba is actually long. Pullbacks, you buy the pullbacks. Not trade advice. That's just what I'd be doing if I was trading Alibaba. So did that help? What I would do if I was trading Alibaba is I would basically be buying a scale in all the way down to here. I'd be doing a dollar cost average all the way down to here. I'd be saying, okay, I'm going to allocate, I don't know, 200 grand to this trade. And then I would then divide this up, the 200 grand on equal key levels based on the 60 minute. I'd look at the 60 minute and I'd say, okay, where does the 60 minute tell me where the highest probability entry areas are? And that's what I'd be doing on that trade. And then I would be holding that trade. It's a fade trade at this point in time, but you're getting an early indication that momentum is changing. So we're getting an early indication that momentum is changing right now, today actually. We've got an RSI signal that fired here. That's the last RSI signal. So that's a long signal. So that's in your favor as well. And then I would be long. And then my first area of concern is here. And if it closes above here, I would then just keep my stop losses down here. So that's what if I was trading Alibaba, that's what I'd be doing.
Order filled.
So we're going to sell the NQ up to here. I'm not going to get too aggressive because it might be finding support. Do you check the DXY when trading USD pairs? No, I don't care about the DXY. I don't care about the VX, the VIX. The only thing I do care about is the VVIX, the VIX of the VIX. The only thing that I would care about is the VVIX. The VIX is not an indicator that really is helpful. I used to do a lot of these market analysis indicators in DXY, but it's not necessary. DXY is the dollar index, just options. So DXY is the dollar index. But I don't think it's necessary. Well, okay, let me preface that. The things that I say is because I have a system that is highly reliable, that works in any market, any time frame, and that works day in and day out. So if you don't have a system that is highly reliable, that you trade with conviction, then maybe you have to check the DXY. But I don't have to, because me checking the DXY, all it does is just confirm what my system says. So I don't have to check these other market indicators, because my system reverse engineers momentum and clearly tells me on the chart where to expect reactions. So I don't need to do all this other crap. I just need to trade my system. You know what my pre-market was today? I did 3 minutes of pre-market. 3 minutes of pre-market. That's all I did. That's all I had to do is 3 minutes of pre-market. That 3 minutes of pre-market allowed me to then pull, so far today, what have we pulled? $42,000. $42,957. I only had to do 3 minutes of pre-market. So, take that for what it's worth. Any other questions? I know I sound arrogant. I'm sure I sound arrogant. Maybe I do sound arrogant. I don't know. Do I sound arrogant? I don't know. People can tell me whether or not I sound arrogant. What about watching the stocks that are part of the NQ for trading the NQ? Yeah, absolutely. So, Briggy, one of the things that I think this is actually free. I have so much free stuff that I put on YouTube that I forget what I have free and what's in my training. So this here that you're seeing here is something that I watch, which is called the market internals. And this is a number one. This is the up volume, advancing, down volume, and declining. And then this gives you an indication of the actual strength of what you're trading. And then here is an aggregate symbol of the top weighted stocks in the Nasdaq, which is Meta, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Tesla. And then this has the RexDog system plotted on top of it, as well as one of the VWAP indicators that I shared. Now, see all these numbers that say 1 through 10? These are the rolling 10-day VWAPs. So this is the other reason why I had confidence. Actually, this is also why I probably shouldn't have been fading the market like I did today, because that was a dumb move, which is the gapped up above all of the rolling day VWAPs. Pretty much a strong, long momentum move. And actually, if we look at this, we look at the chart now, I'm doing one short that we're going to see a failure right around the weekly open. It's going to pull back, and then we're probably going to go long. So that's what we're working on here, the trade.
Order filled.
So we're not going to get too aggressive until higher up, and then we're going to call bluff. So here's what we're trading on the NQ, just so that you understand. So thanks. So do I stream every day? No. I mean, I'm gonna get my treatment next week. So on Monday, I'm gonna get chemo. It's immunotherapy and one chemo treatment on Monday. So I won't be streaming on Monday, and depending on how I feel on Tuesday, because I get pumped full of steroids and other stuff, I might feel good enough to stream on Tuesday. Who knows? And then Wednesday, depending on how the treatment affects me. And then actually next Friday, I'm taking off for 2 weeks. I'll be gone from next Friday on to July 1st, I'll be gone for 2 weeks. So we're going to be traveling. But my nephew will be holding it down. He'll be streaming more on his trading and everything else. Yeah, so I never know how my treatment cycles go. Like this last treatment cycle, I needed to take it a little bit more easier. I feel pretty good right now. Over the weekend, I'll boost up my, I watch more what I eat, and then I kind of focus more on getting a lot of nutrition in my body to offset the treatment. So hopefully I'm able to stream on Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm enjoying streaming. So hopefully hopefully the ones that are showing up every day and here, hopefully you're learning stuff and you enjoy being here. I'm enjoying it. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. I'll just be completely upfront. If I didn't enjoy streaming anymore, I wouldn't be doing it anymore. But I enjoy it. I'm also becoming it's helping me become a better trader. I used to say that streaming still is the biggest hit to my P&L because, with streaming, I'm watching the charts. When I'm not streaming, I just put entries in, and then I hear that I got entered, and then I decide and I manage the trade from there. I don't use alerts. What I do is I put entries at high probability areas, and then when I get picked up in a position, then what I do is I scale in or I manage that position. But when I'm streaming, I'm sitting here watching the chart, and I can't really. It would be probably really extremely boring for most people if I did what I'm normally doing, which is writing, or maybe I might play a half hour of Modern Warfare with the kids on Adderall. I wish I would have started the latest version of Modern Warfare when it came out, because now I got to play catch up with all these friggin' little kids on Adderall to get all my weapons. I wish I could just buy it. I don't care. I wish I could just buy all the weapons, all the unlocks, because I just want to have fun. I don't want to have to go through the whole unlocks. For those that maybe aren't a gamer, I'm glad that they brought the shield back, because actually I love playing the shield in Modern Warfare. Thanks for being here every day, Just Options. Yeah. So when I hear order filled, so when I'm not streaming, typically I hear order filled. That means, okay, one of the charts I got filled. I pay attention to that chart. I I then make an assessment of whether or not the trade that I expected, that the system expected, is the right trade to do. I just reversed on the NQ because I think it's probably going to hold this level. I think this is where we want to go a little bit heavier. We're getting into the lunch hour, so I think we're going to get a little bit heavier on this trade. I think we might see a rip up here. We might see some serious rippage. But yeah, so you know, if I streamed my normal behavior or what I normally do, recommended books to read. Yeah, The Sniper Mindset. I don't have many, so let me go here. I thought I did a post on this. Did I do a post? Oh, I have a post that I'm working on, the top trading books. I just haven't released it. Yeah. The best trading books on the planet. Let me go through that. So Noor Edwin on good. I don't think I've met you before, so thanks for being here. So here's my books. Oh, where's my list? Oh. The Checklist Manifesto, The Sniper Mindset, those are the best trading books that exist. Sniper Mindset is probably the best trading book that exists. Most of the books I would recommend for trading have nothing to do with trading, because most of the trading books, just like the streams that everybody is here on, contain thanks AOL 90. Were you on AOL back in the 90s? I'm just wondering, just because of your username, because I remember being a teenager and being in chat rooms trying to pick up chicks in AOL back in the early 90s. So that dates me a little bit. Yeah, I would say some of the books I have are psychology books. I will work on this post. Yeah, I still remember that there's 4 of us guys, and we're in AOL chat rooms, and that's what we were basically doing. And we were catfished before we even knew what catfished was. So these kids today, I mean, they've got it easy. These young people today got it easy. There was no swipe right back in AOL times. Yeah, where's my list of books? Huh. Oh, son of a biscuit. Your system sounds great. I'll check your webpage. Having 2 red days in a year is ridiculous. I know it is ridiculous. However, $9.999 is a little expensive. I'm checking your streams and your material, but thanks for all the free knowledge. Yeah, no problem. Pretty soon it's going to be 5,000. So in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be upping the price to 5,000. And then it's going to be gone forever within the next, I don't know, whenever we get a few things in place. Then we're going to go stealth with the alphas, and then we're going to work on creating generational wealth with all the alphas. I mean, that's what we're working on now, but then we're going to get even more focused when we don't have a public facing. We're not as public facing as we are right now. You know what's weird about Rex? I think I shared this yesterday. So he's inside today, and he sleeps all day. But if I were to put him on guard duty out in front of the residence and say, Rex, your job is to actually guard the domicile and warn me if you know, the zombies are coming, so that I can ensure that I, you know, go and get all the armaments necessary to repel the zombies. Of course, Rex would probably be taken out first, which is fine. He's the canary. But what is odd about Rex is that if he's outside, he'll be up the whole time, just on guard duty. That's what I don't understand about dogs. Like inside, I guess he feels safe and he's like just chilling because he knows I'm going to hold it down. But like if I put him outside, he's holding it down and he'll be up the whole time being a guard dog. It's really interesting that dogs have that ability to do that. That's awesome, Morty. I'm glad it's getting easier every day. That's good. I'm glad to hear. That's the way it should be. You know, one of the things that most traders don't tell you is that, or that you should know, is that as quick as possible. Let's say you don't like my system, but you do want to create a system. As quick as possible, you need to get to a system that doesn't change every single day, so that you're trading the same system day in and day out. I was talking to someone this week about trading, and I mentioned, it's like learning the guitar, and he said that, yeah, I resonate with that because I picked up the guitar and went to learn it. Just imagine if you were trying to learn the guitar, and every day you picked up the guitar looked different, meaning that it was shaped differently. One day it had 6 strings. Guitar has 6 strings, right? And then the next day it had 9. And then another day it had 12. And then another day it had 3. And then another day it didn't even look like a guitar. It was a drum set. Could you learn the guitar that way? No. And that's what a lot of traders do. A lot of traders do is they look at trading and they change things on a consistent basis. What you should do is you should work on simplifying. Simplify, and get so that you're trading one system. You're trading a system that provides you clear. What you don't want to be is you don't want to be consistently confused. If you're consistently confused, if your system consistently confuses you, then you're not going to be trading with conviction. So you need to develop a system that is very clear, that provides you very clear signals on what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. If you don't have that, then you're really wasting your time. So if you haven't developed that as a trader, that's the first thing you need to develop. The other thing that you could do is you could just become an alpha. And if you become an alpha, then you get a system that's been developed like that already. Like, you're not allowed in our system to trade in arbitrary areas. Like right now, you're kind of in a no trade zone. You shouldn't be entering a trade in the system on the NQ right now. I'm looking at other charts to see if we see any trades. We are getting aggressive on this buy here. How AL90 said, nope, I used to use dial-up, and that is the username chose because I couldn't think of one, so I just used it. Oh, okay. I was just curious. Like I said, I had a flashback of AOL. We're getting aggressive on these fade trades. I'm being an idiot again. I should have just did a momentum trade.
Order filled. Order filled.
Here is my previous question, if you don't mind. How would you have traded different today if you traded a smaller account, let's say 10K? Well, I'd be trading the MNQ. Well, no. I'd be trading... Yeah, no. Well, it depends.
Order filled.
I'd probably be trading the MNQ. But I wouldn't be trading as aggressively as I am right now. I'm aggressively trading because I have enough capital to be able to trade myself out of this trade and go with the larger conviction trade that is a fade trade. I wouldn't be fading the market at all. That's my answer. I'd say 40% of my trades today have been fades. I wouldn't be fading the market at all. So if I had a smaller account, if I was trading a small... You noticed you haven't heard anything in Sierra chart? That's $1,000 account because, number one, I'm not focusing on that chart. I should be focusing on those charts. But number two, the most recent trades I've been doing are fade trades, and you know, so on a smaller account, you've got to be much better, much more of a sniper with your fade trades. I have a little bit of a leeway because I have enough capital here. We can go another 250 lots on this thing if we want to, in this account. I don't know if we're going to, but we could. We want to go another 250 lots. We can ramp up to another 250 lots on this thing. But I don't think we're going to have to.
Order filled. Order filled.
I wouldn't have faded, no. Smaller accounts you shouldn't fade. Smaller accounts you should just focus on momentum. I'm doing really good on the momentum trades, as usual. Just discovered your channel. Been watching for an hour. Thanks, Matt. My boss 918. Thanks. Any questions? Feel free to ask. We'll probably stream up until maybe the lunch hour. A little bit more than that. I mean, I'll stream for this trade to work out or not work out. Thanks. I appreciate that you recognize my teaching style and that you resonate with it. I mean, to be upfront, I just try to be authentic of who I am. I just be who I am. I don't try to be who I am. I just am who I am. As Popeye said, I am what I am. And I used to have more trepidation about the fact that a lot of things that I share and that I do are contrary to what other people out there are talking about and you read in books. I no longer have that hang up just because now with me streaming as much as I do and being transparent about how my P&L and or just sharing my P&L, not really being transparent, but sharing my P&L and streaming, you can go back and you can watch the last 3 months of my streams and you can either make an assessment in real time whether or not the system that I develop in my trading and what I do works. There's nothing else I have to really add to it, I guess I would say. So, I think we're going to fill that gap. I should have just shorted this. I think we're going to fill that gap on the NDX. I think it's going to go try fill the gap. That's what I should have been watching for. So,
order filled.
Just reversed. Should have been watching that. It's going to fill the gap, damn it. Yep, see it filling the gap. So I reversed. Gonna take some profit along the way. So we're watching for the NDX gap. I should have saw that like an idiot. It's going down here. It's gonna hit 476 on the NDX. Damn it, Jim.
Order filled.
Once again, fade trades are the ones that hurt me. Yeah, the next long entry on CL is probably right now.
Order filled.
So I just entered 3 lots. If that doesn't hold up, then the next long entry would be right around 70 spot 89. I don't think the NDX is going to stop here unless it's really going to just stop right at the exact gap fill. I think it's going to go down here and exceed it a little bit and then go back up, and then it's going to try to recapture the weekly open. But we need to just be taking profit along the way. Not ready to reverse that yet. We're going to do one more sell. We'll do one more sell up here. And then we'll do one more sell if it gets up here, if it gets this high. We'll do more sells up here. We'll just scale in like this. Other than that, we're looking for the NDX to actually exceed the gap a little bit, come down here, maybe hit the mix 200, and then we'll do a reversal. It'll be a fade. How am I'm doing good. So the trades that have hurt me today are the fades. That's the thing that's hurt me today, is just fading a little too much, and then not looking at not answering the 3 questions. So for those that are wondering what are the 3 questions, it's real simple. The 3 questions are: where is price coming from? Where does it want to go? And how does it want to get there? I haven't been focusing on the 3 questions as effectively as I should have today. So 2 trades have hurt me today. I think the name of the book is The Sniper Mindset. Sniper Mindset. The Sniper Mind, sorry. The Sniper Mind, yeah.
Order filled.
And then when you're reading that book, what you want to do is, yeah, it's about sniping. He is a sniper, and he shares specifically how you can take the experience that he learned as a sniper and apply it to the business world. What I would suggest you do is you say, how do I apply this to trading? And actually, I don't think it's a free training. In the training, I have we use that as one of our training modules, and we go through that book, and then we take out some of the key insights, and then we use that. So this is where, okay, it did the gap fill. So the question is it going to exceed this low and then go and find support? We've got 1 move, 2 moves, and then this would be the 3rd move that we'd be looking for if you want to look for those kind of waves, which I do subscribe to the wave aspect of these. All right, I'm using chart 4 for these entries. So chart 4 is really these entries. See if we can end the day above 50K. I wonder if Bitcoin pulled back. That's my question. I wonder how Bitcoin's doing. Look at the hour on Bitcoin. It's holding, barely. It's in a no trade zone. Long trade with an expectation of a weekly test is what I would do in Bitcoin. The index hitting the RDA. The question is it going to go back up to the weekly test, or does it have enough momentum to do that, or is the momentum going to bring it back down, then find support, then do that? I think that's probably what it's going to do. We'll see here. Right now, we'll just kind of sit on this trade, see what it does. Might get out here if it gives us an opportunity. So I did notice that Binance now, basically, they've removed the ability to do fiat, to offboard fiat or onboard fiat, which is kind of what the SEC wanted. That was the whole purpose in the SEC. In my opinion, the whole purpose of the SEC going after Binance was not to actually shut them down, because they don't have that ability, because they're a joke. The whole purpose of it was to have Binance lose its banking partners for an offboard and onboard of fiat for crypto. They're also trying to see if they can make Coinbase do that as well. They're doing that so that what they can do is then they can position and do various things, so that what they can do is then they can ensure that their buddies and the people, the power brokers behind the scenes, can actually acquire Bitcoin on this next run up, and not let the normies participate in this next run up of Bitcoin. That's my belief. I know it's conspiratorial. I know it sounds out there, but my belief is that the SEC is being used in order for the big boys and girls to be able to corner the crypto market, to then make the regulatory changes in the United States so that they can get positioned, because they actually missed out on getting positioned for control. So that to me is what's happening, if you were to ask me. That's my opinion. I'm sticking with it. Why do you think you fade instead of going with momentum? Because I need a challenge. And I shared this earlier in this week. That going with momentum is too easy. My trade system's way too easy. And it almost feels like, and you know, it's way too easy. And
Order filled. Order filled.
And
Order filled.
with me streaming, because I'm focusing on the charts, I feel like I need to be doing something. Otherwise, then I just go off in these tangents and then I miss trades. So that's why I know why I fade way too much on streams, is because I feel like I have to be active in the trades, and take almost every trade that presents itself, and it sets me up for doing bad trades, instead of focusing on like I would normally trade. I'm getting better at it though, as far as not doing it. And then another question, that's why I fade. Then JL asked, to who do they want to sell? Oh, you mean in the crypto market? I don't think they want to sell. I think what they want to do is they want to depress the market. And then what I think what's going to happen here is that the next Bitcoin run, the next impulse up is going to be so fierce, and there's going to be a period of at least 3 to 10 to 12 days that you won't be able to buy Bitcoin and offboard it to your own wallet, as a normie. And I say normie as someone that's just the average person. I think that what they want to do is they want to cause enough confusion and capital controls that the normies won't get to participate in the next massive impulse up at a decent number. That's just my I don't know why I think that. Oh, I know why I think that. That's me. That's me getting as fundamental analysis as I get. That's just me, and being in the market since 2016, watching and making an assessment game. That's me wargaming the individual players in the market, of the financial markets, and wargaming. If I had the power and I had the ability to control the SEC and to control the capital flows and to control the power brokers in Washington, what I would do. So far, the prediction that I laid out in the document is starting to come to fruition. The things are being put in place. So that is just me game planning. So I'm trading momentum now in this trade here, by the way. This is a momentum trade. It's just a matter of, is it going to continue the momentum, or is this where it's going to find support? So one thing of concern is it did the gap fill. It did the full gap fill pretty much. It filled the gap here. So that's one thing of concern. And then if we get an opportunity here to break even, we might do that, and then we might actually might reverse. We'll see here. But right now I'm trading momentum. Current P&L is 38,000. Might be down with this 12,000 trade here. Oops, sorry, I'm not showing my trades. Might have to take a loss in this trade, but I don't think so. I think it's gonna probably give us an opportunity to get one opportunity to break even on it. We'll see though. Let's not get too aggressive on this entry here. It might just rip up and take out the weekly open. Then I would have wish I were reversed here. We do see a reversal on chart 2 on momentum, so that's one thing I'm watching that closely. Yeah, so like I said, that's my assessment of what's happening in the market.
Order filled. Order filled.
We're just long CL. GC, there's no real trade on GC, maybe a long trade on GC. ZB, we got knocked out of those trades on that pullback. I should have probably moved my stops and tried to stay in that trade longer. We need to be closer to the actual chart for slow momentum indicator here. That's why I'm moving all my stuff. Would you follow the red and green triangles if you were following momentum? You mean these green triangles at the top? Those are just telling me whether or not price is above the weekly open or below the weekly open. So I didn't think I was trading off the fact that the first momentum indicator on chart 2 or chart 4, sorry, wasn't trading off these next momentum indicators. So these next momentum indicators are where we expect the failure. I'm going to get up and get some more coffee.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yep, next level. Might have to take a loss on this trade. We'll see. Oh, okay, that is the RSI. Hold on. Let's see where we're at. Where are we at on trading? Ooh. Yeah, we're down 20 grand on that. It looks like it's going to go to the weekly open. Fuck. It's not a good trade there, but getting too aggressive. Well, that actually is a momentum trade, so that actually is good. Hold on. Oh no, there you go. Here you go. I know. That seemed kind of odd. Need to get armed first, buddy. Right. Should we just get out of this trade in reverse? What should we do? Not quite yet. Need to break the RDA. Well, it's at the RDA and the momentum indicator at chart 4. It's kind of what I was trading around. I just started this trade way too early.
Order filled. Order filled.
So we'll see. Oh no, so those arrows above the candle is the Rex Dog RSI. It's an RSI indicator. It's really more of a confirmation indicator, meaning confirming the move or confirming, and then you're using it in kind of a very distinct way where you're looking for a triangle pattern of the triangles. We'll see if momentum holds here, or does it pull back further? We'll see. We might just get out if we just break even. I like this Hydra by GBRS. I really like this Hydra. It's on the AR platform. I think I might want to build one of these. Might want to build one of these. I don't know if it comes pre-built or you have to build it. Ah, look at that. See? I like these GBRS sites too. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, just search GBRS on YouTube. Actually, that's on DDN. It's actually not on GBRS itself. I think what they're doing is they're adopting the GBRS system. All right. There we go. We're getting an opportunity to break even or make a little bit of profit. I think we might get out. We'll see.
Order filled.
All right, there we go. Got out just because we were just too heavy. Probably still going to go in the direction we expect, but we can start over now.
Order filled.
Not such a big size. So I just, once again, a rule I have is that if I'm in a trade and the market gives me an and it went longer than I anticipate, or the trade didn't do what I expected, a good rule of thumb is just you can always get out. There I made about $1,800. You can always get out and just start over. So, no more times than not, what you'll do is you'll be stubborn and you say, okay, now I'm in profit, I'm going to stick with it. And then you get back where you're losing, where you're only down a little bit, and then, it keeps going against you and you get more stubborn and stubborn and stubborn. There I took the opportunity to get out of the actual trade. The market gave me an opportunity. And then we're still watching the same levels, but we're not going to make as much as if we would have stayed in this trade, and it does go in the direction that we expected. But at the end of the day, it is about managing risk and not doing stupid stuff constantly. Right?
Order filled.
I'm still hurt that futures trader guy that just did one comment didn't continue to talk. It really hurts my feelings. Yeah, see, this is where I was like, I wish I would have stuck with that, right? This is where I'm like, I wish I would have been. Yeah, I did look at BABA earlier. I kind of broke down exactly how to trade it too.
Stop filled.
Getting stopped out of the CL trade that we're in. All right, so there, the NDX, we're looking for down below, so we'll go long again here. I don't think it's going to find support there, so really we probably need to short it if we get an opportunity here. Or not short it, but maybe add to our short here, with the expectation that at a minimum it might find support at 506. Maybe it'll find support there. We'll see.
Order filled.
It doesn't appear it will. Should I stay long? I don't know if you should stay long. I mean, I don't know. I would stay long if I was trading BABA, but that's just me. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what you should do. So, but I would stay long. I'd be scaling in down to the level that I mentioned on the stream earlier. That's what I'd be doing. But you shouldn't listen to me because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm probably clinically insane. And I have no idea about trading. I know nothing about trading, so you really shouldn't listen to me. All right, is it going to hold that level? We're going to take some off.
Order filled.
Just because it looks like it might be holding that level, but so we're going to take some profit, might as well. Look at that. Continue to sell off. Watch the NDX down to here. It's going to our original area. Guess I should have stayed in the trade. Nope. Trying to hold that level, trying to hold that strong level in chart 4. That's what it's trying to do. We'll get another opportunity to go long heavy, I think. I don't think this is the spot. I think it needs to go one more leg down and then get to an exhaustion, and then we'll get the opportunity. We'll see, though. We'll see.
Order filled.
All right. All right, it hit that low. I think it's going to exceed that low again though. So, but we're not going to get as aggressive as we were before. We're just going to wait for it to possibly come up to us here. So it's 11:30, so you do expect some volatility because it's the third hour of the market closing. Might be a pivot. Market might use this time for a pivot, meaning a pivot up. So sorry, I'm not showing my trades. I'm trying to watch that more than more than that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Only in 12 lots. Question is it enough? That probably was enough to get heavy there, meaning that for the next leg down. But I'd rather just wait to get picked up and just ride the trade that it is here.
Order filled.
Yeah, because it's just stalling. It's just stalling. It's not committing to the sell-off. So that means it probably wants to test higher before it either sells off or maybe find support and then go down. We'll see. Maybe it's going to find support here. Maybe this is where it's going to find support.
Order filled. Order filled.
Now we're in negative profit.
Order filled. Order filled.
So here we'll be calling the bluff again. So we're trading momentum here. It's just that it's pretty the volatility has picked up a bit as far as it moving and not actually selling off, finding support on the downside. So definitely there's buyers hitting the market. There is buy side activity in the market. So really why am I doing all that? Let's do this. Let's do 6.
Order filled. Order filled.
We'll see. It's all about the NDX too. It's also on the internals. Internals is really trying to hold the zero line. Really trying to hold the zero line. So that's kind of a tell there too. It might actually hold this level. I just need to be a little careful on this trade. Yeah. So you'll see it tap that. It almost perfectly tapped that. When you see that sometimes, you believe it. When it perfectly taps a level, more times than not, you probably should believe it, but we'll see here. Might get an opportunity to make a little bit of a profit here, but we're really on the bubble of this trade here. Yeah. Really on the bubble of this trade here. Could just turn right here. I mean, it's got the RDA that it's playing around with on chart 2. Closes above the RDA, then obviously the answer would have been going long. Because it's about to switch possibly momentum on chart 2. I don't know, we'll see. We will see. Yeah. It's being pretty stubborn on this sell-off. Being very stubborn on the sell-off. We have a good basis for our initial position here. We'll see. Are we going to get an opportunity to break even? Yeah, there is that W pattern on chart 4. I agree. There we go, getting an opportunity to break even on this. Let's see if this holds up. Yeah, that might have been an opportunity to get out. We'll see here. Give it a little bit of time. Yeah, probably was our opportunity to maybe break even on this trade, but we'll see. Still just watching chart 2 in the RDA. It's all about the chart 2 in RDA and momentum. I mean, momentum hasn't shifted over yet, but it's on the verge of shifting over, so that's what we need to really watch. Ooh, look at that. It's getting volatile. It's deciding what it wants to do here. All right, there we go. I think it's going to sell off. We'll see. I don't know. It's really being very timid. Very timid. Oh, there's the first one. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. Just put in trailing stops. We're either going to get taken out on all the trailing stops here in the next move up, or it's going to sell off. Yep. Getting taken out. Getting taken out. Just fine because it's in this indecision mode. And there's no reason to stick with the trade that's in indecision mode. Yeah. It might just range here for a bit too. Ah, there we go. Guess we didn't want to get stopped out. We'll see. 15. We know what we're going to do on the reverse side. We know we're going to buy down below. Gets to our zone. We know what we're going to buy. What line changed from... Oh, that's the mix 200. That line that went from red to green is the mix 200. It's another indicator in our system.
Stop field.
Let's see what the internals tell us. All right, it's trying to lose the zero line. There it is. It's right at the zero line, so you expect some volatility here. It's either going to really lose the zero line or it's going to... We'll see. It's at that level again that it held. It previously held that chart 4 level, but if it breaks, it's going to break probably pretty hard. And then it's at least going to 473 probably, and then maybe even down to 429 if it really wants to get going. Tried to hold above the weekly open, didn't. Was a good target as usual. Let's see, breaks this level, then it's probably going to go down to the next level, which is 472, but I think I should not be as aggressive and look at 430 if it does. If it breaks, just wait for the 430 level before I get involved. I don't know if it's going to break yet, though. Looks like it's going to break right here. Bam. Down to 430. Possibly. Possibly. Should have been a bigger day than I've had, but I've kind of got a little aggressive on some trading. Kind of fell into some old habits here today a little bit.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Knew I should have just stuck with that trade a little bit longer. All right. All right. You too. Hope you have a great weekend too.
Stop filled.
Stopped out. So we got to look at the NDX.
Stop filled.
Don't think we want to reverse quite yet. Don't think we're ready to reverse quite yet. Didn't hit any specific area unless that's an overshoot of that level. Could be an overshoot of that chart 4 level, I guess.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, maybe it's an overshoot of that chart 4 level. Well,
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
that would be where we would sell. And we would sell here. This would be our next sell zone that we would sell. We'll see. We'll call a bluff on the RDA push here on chart 2. So we got our initial position at 12. We'll see if we can see if it pushes up to the RDA, up to that zone, and then maybe we'll reverse if it closes above the RDA. Yep.
Order filled.
All right, here we are on the next zone. We shouldn't get too aggressive on this zone yet. We'll see how it plays out. We'll go a little bit more there. Just scale the whole RDA, and then we'll get heavier up here on the RDA on chart 4. That's what we're doing. Then I'll probably call it an early day. Maybe I might do some swing trades in the afternoon, but who knows. I still didn't get to fully hear my "You Can Dance If You Want To" song, so I'm gonna have to listen to that.
Order filled.
And then maybe we'll get off trading view so then I can actually play some music I know it'll probably annoy most people, but oh, sorry, I'm not showing my trades. That's where I'm at.
Order filled.
Ooh, we might be on the wrong side of this trade, but we're entering perfectly as far as scaling in with our next scale in zone is up here. So really we have our good basis. Our next scale in zone is there. That's our next scale in zone. Other than this, if it's gonna use this zone, I mean it might use this, might use the indicator, might go up to 531. So we got to be prepared to go up to 531. Good effect on target. Good effect on target. You know, I've never played GHPC. I should look at that. GHPC. Gunner Heat PC. It's a tank game. Buy early access on Steam. Is it a modern tank? No, it isn't, because that's not the M1, is it? Is that the M1? That's not the M1. Oh, that's an older version M1. Roadmap. Yeah, this is World War II based. Oh no, because this is like at least 1970s era tanks. It's a T-60. I don't know what that tank is though. Is that a T-80? I think that's a T-80. That's gotta be later era then. Anybody played Gunner GHPC, this game? Sorry, did someone say something? Or was that me? This game here. Gunner Heat PC. The tank game I've been waiting for. It's a weird time for fans of modern tank combat games. This is early access on Steam. I've seen a couple YouTube videos on it. It looks pretty decent. Getting started guide. Alright, let's go back to our trading instead of focusing on taking games. Alright, there we go. So far, it's moving in our direction. Now, what are we expecting? I'd like to see a test down to the 200, but it might hold this level. So we got to watch 497 on the index. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get back. I don't know if I'm going to play Diablo. I don't know if I'm going to do the new Diablo. I mean,
actually.
Yeah, all the reviews. Have you seen the reviews on it?
Yeah.
They look good, but I just don't know if I have the time. I mean, I'm going to be on vacation when 6 Days to Fallujah comes out, but I'll be buying that. I'll be playing that when I get back.
Oh, dude, that one's gonna be sick.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
No, that one's gonna be sick.
Yeah, it looks pretty hardcore. Yeah, that's the thing, Morty. You know, Diablo consumes a lot of time, and that's the problem.
Very, very time consuming, especially the OG ones.
Yeah, well, damn it. All right, well, we got one more. If it's going up to the RDA, then we don't really. I mean, this isn't the best trade. We might reverse here, because if we look at the internals here,
Order filled.
it's holding this. Well, it's not holding the zero line. This could be a fake move up. So we'll just do this, and then we'll either reverse
Order
it.
filled.
Yeah,
Filled.
there we go. No need for Diablo when you got us right. Yeah.
I'll be right back and go to the bathroom.
But this modern tank, or this tank game here, looks like it has modern tanks. That's what I don't understand. Is it a World War II? FAQ. I probably could read. Ah, here we are. We're getting picked up
Order filled.
on our zones that we didn't really want to get picked up on, but we're getting picked up.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, this is the final line in the sand for this move. If this move holds, then if this zone holds, then it's going to go up. Then we need a reverse.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
There we go. This holds, then we need to reverse. We got this level up here that we're watching right around 454. So we're trading momentum. We're trading straight up momentum. We're not fading this move. But the move might be a fade. So we'll see. I mean, I don't really fully like our position yet, but we'll see. Kind of a fierce move.
Order filled.
Yep. So it's hitting our zone. Hitting the RDA and the 5 and the RDA and the, so there's multiple congruencies here in this chart here. So it's either going to close above this or it's going to fail here. And it might fail one more leg down. We might just have to take the other opportunity to get out at break even. We'll see.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, so this makes sense. So the initial focus, I know no one cares about this. I'll answer your question, Glock, here in a second. But I'm watching my trade in addition to reading about this. The initial focus is on the fictional award centered on the Fulda Gap, 1985. That's why there's still T62s. But yeah, on 85. So it's focused around the 85 tank battles or the 85 architecture of tanks. So there's not the full M1 cycle. I don't know when the M1 came out, the Abrams. I don't remember exactly when the Abrams came out, but it's definitely not the latest iteration of the Abrams then. So it's early lays finders, still kind of yeah, I think I know why they focused on this aspect. It's kind of cool. All right, maybe I'll download it. Or maybe I'll buy it pre-access on Steam. How much is it pre-access? Is the game relevant to me? What the hell does that mean? Who this? No phone. New phone. Who this? New phone. You can dance if you want to. I'm still singing that wrong. All right. So, Glock, I understand a little about price action. What affects nat gas and oil prices? Can you talk a little about effects of NQ price action? Well, I mean, nat gas and oil prices is the economy. Oil is used in so many things. Oil is still the foundation of modern society. So oil is the lubricant of capitalism. It's also the lubricant of communism as well. But so oil is the lubricant of the modern financial society. No matter what these, I'm going to say something about these stupid electric vehicles. People are living in a pipe dream with these electric vehicles because you can't electrify. Let's say that you had a business and you had let's say you had a truck fleet, which is a really small business of, let's say, 12 to 20 trucks, okay? And you want to electrify your business. Now, if you have 12 to 20 trucks, most likely you also probably have a couple forklifts, you have a couple other things, and you want to electrify your whole fleet. What you have to do is you have to go to your local government, your local city, and your local power supply company, energy company. And you have to say, okay, look, I want a 5 ampere charging solution to electrify my fleet. And what you'll find out real quick is that in 99% of municipalities within the Western world, you cannot electrify a 12 to 20 vehicle fleet with the current architecture. It's not possible. In fact, if you actually submit a proposal to electrify a fleet of that size to your city, they will tell you it's not possible. And the electric company will tell you it's not possible as well. So there's people that want to that have looked at electrifying, but they've hit the reality of the market, which is we're still 10 to 15 years away from being able to electrify. So oil still plays a major role in the economic stewardship of the financial markets. Same with natural gas. As much as these idiots want to try to somehow use artificial regulations to get rid of it. So that's what drives oil and gas. As far as like the NQ, it's real simple. What drives the NQ is this. It's Meta, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Tesla. And then the other stocks that make up the index. And then it's how those stocks behave. And then you can use the Rexdog system. As you can see, what's happening here. Well, it went down, it tested, overshot the RDA, and now it's hitting the momentum indicator, and it's deciding whether or not it wants to stay momentum short going into the afternoon session here. That's what it's deciding here. So that's what's moving the NQ. So if you ask what's moving the NQ, that's what's moving the NQ. That's the underlying. This is the underlying assets that's run. On oil, you don't have an underlying index. You have the whole you have the whole economy of the world, which is moving oil, moving the price action of oil. Some say that's a leading indicator of where the economy is going. There's so many factors. There's so many players in the oil market. We'll see what's happening here, though. Yeah, we're back to a losing trade. Got an opportunity to get out. We didn't take it. We'll see. I guess I should have reversed there. We'll see. Oh, they indicted Trump again. If they're not careful, this dude's going to be president again. Let's see where we're at. Well, I do think there's probably a mother of all economic crashes coming. I just don't know when. Might not be. I don't know. Something's got to give. Too many things are colliding. Artificial intelligence, corruption on every level of government and society. Homelessness here in the United States. Disregard for rule of law. So there's too many things colliding in the world. The elites want us to enter World War III. I mean, it's pretty obvious that people in Washington wish that we were in World War III.
Order filled.
To me, anyways. It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious they really wish we were in a war. I don't know why, but it's pretty obvious that they want us to be in a war. No idea why they want us to be in a war.
Order filled. Order filled.
Don't like my position here. So we might reverse on a pullback. We'll see. We'll see how far this pullback goes. We are entering on an overshoot. I'll just say historically, when you see a complete breakdown of society norms, as we have over the last 10, 15 years, historically wise, that's never really worked out well for society. It's never traditionally worked out well. There's always been a cause and effect. I think we're right around 40 grand, I think. We'll see. This trade here, we're down 27. Maybe it's not going to work in our favor. I might be stuck with this momentum. I stuck with the momentum trade of it selling off far too long. Been trading a little too aggressive today as far as what I've been trading. Am I religious at all? I mean, we'll never get into religion here, but yeah. I have certain religious beliefs. Looks like it's going for the weekly open again. Looks like it might be just going for it now. We're right. It might actually rip up here. Might actually do the rip up here. Because it's right at 12 o'clock, but we'll see. Might get an opportunity here to get out at break even and then reverse. That's probably what we'll end up doing. I don't know if we're going to get that opportunity. I might have to take a loss on this trade. I can reduce. What do I want to reduce to if I do? I could reduce. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. 2, 0. What I'm going to do, actually, is I will put in trailing stops. And just let the trailing stops take us out. So I'll do trailing stops. And we're either going to get taken out or we're going to get taken out at a loss. So far it's holding momentum pretty well. We'll see what it's going to do here. Holding momentum. Next check is the RDA. I don't know if it's going to rip up to the VWAP. I don't know. It's obviously trying to go back and recapture the weekly open. So that's the trade we want to be on. It's just a matter of whether or not I have to take a greater loss on this trade than I want to. Or when if I'm gonna get a chance to reverse down at my position. So we'll give it a little bit of time here. I will be reversing though. It does look like I need to reverse. It's just I'd like to see a deeper pullback before I reverse, because I'm not gonna go long right at the momentum check. That's a dumb trade. But once again, chart 2 kind of led the way. I should have been reading chart 2 a little bit deeper. Yep, there it goes. It's probably going to go. So that might be the signal for some people to start adding. Some people would be adding here because it broke that level. So we'll see. We'll see what people are doing. See if it sells off here or it continues to go up. Probably will continue to go up. Fuck, I hate being on the wrong side of trades like this. Because I have to make a decision now. Do I really want to trade myself out, or do I just want to just wait for what probably is the right zone? $12.05. One trade I get heavy on and I'm wrong on, which sucks. Let's look at the internals, see what the internals tell us. Yeah, well, they're at the momentum check on the internals, so we do expect some kind of reaction there. Maybe it's going for the VWAP up there. That's probably where it's going. Fuck. Fuck you. Piss me off. Didn't give me, oh, it did give me an opportunity to get out. I did friggin' take it like a dumbass. I should have took it. Should have followed my own rule. Oh well. We'll see. We'll see what we get here. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your dog behind. Yeah. CL is actually selling off. So CL finds a bid here, then maybe it will sell off here. But it's pretty obvious that it's going for the weekly open again. And I should have reversed back at that time where I had an opportunity to reverse. But we'll wait for one pullback here. Whatever pullback comes, it might just pull back just a little bit here. But I'd like to see a deeper pullback to 545 and then reverse. But we'll see. We'll see what it gives us here.
How deep are you?
What do you mean?
Are you in a trade right now?
Oh yeah, I'm down 37,000. We'll see. It's going for the fucking weekly open. Fucking A. So now it's just a matter of, is it going to go right now? Yeah, it's going to go fucking right now. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fucking asshole.
Order filled.
Fuck you. Pissed that I didn't fucking reverse there. Fuck you. Now I'm gonna fuck you up. Sorry.
Do it to him.
Well, no, I usually don't super swear. But, I mean, I do usually super swear. I just don't usually super swear in the stream. I'm just literally fucking pissed about that trade. 'Cause I know where it's fucking going. I didn't reverse back when I had an opportunity. Being a little stubborn.
Order filled.
Go, bitch. Keep going. Stop playing around. Now that I actually entered the right position. So, there it is. This is where it might actually fail, too. Because it's at the NDX. But it's probably going for the daily open. Let's put our entries down here.
What are you trading right now?
Just straight up NQ. I'm not even looking at anything else.
I had a pretty huge sell off today.
Yeah. That's part of it.
So you think it's going to tire your weekly open?
Well, it already tagged the index weekly open. That's what I was expecting, but I was expecting a deeper sell-off, but it looks like it's going to keep going. So at a minimum, it's going up to the daily open now. Come on, bitch. Just fucking go up. Now that I'm with you. Now that I'm on the right, the side of the trade is going to stall here and probably it's probably going to come back to where I wanted it to come back to.
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
But that's fine. It's also right around the 1 o'clock hour, so I didn't expect it to continue in that zone. So it's going to probably tag the NQ weekly open, which then aligns closely with the daily open. Then that's probably where it's going to fail. Initially, probably right up here, probably right around 585 in the index. You know, I guess instead of having the continuous contract up here, I think I could have, I could actually show the position here on this chart. I didn't realize I should do that. I should set that chart up to do that. I guess we're not going to get picked up on these other 21 lots. Let's see if we get picked up on these other. Let's not be too aggressive there. Let's just wait for them to pull back. Yeah, I broke my own rule of when the market gives you an opportunity to break even, that you take it when the trade doesn't go in your favor. I did that twice today. Falling back into some old habits, but that's fine. Still going to have a green day, but it should be quadruple what my green day will be. Just not trading the system completely accurately. I'm fading a little bit too much still. See what it's doing, and I can't watch all these charts because I should just move this chart down here and not care about showing people this chart. That's what I should do. I'm just going to do that from now on. I think it's going to be long the rest of the day. I don't see it selling off the rest of the day based on what it's doing. So we're just going to stick with this trade, see if we can stick with this trade the rest of the day. See if the market's going to give us an opportunity to stick with this trade, or is it going to punish us and pull back here. Yeah, there it goes. It's going to pull back here. Okay. Bitcoin's pulling back a bit too. Yeah. Little bitch. There we go. Now it's just a matter of does it hold chart 2, RDA, and the other indicator. That's kind of what we're looking for there. Does it hold that? Yeah, should have been a little bit patient, I guess. This is boring watching charts, though. I'm extremely bored. It's extremely annoying just sitting here watching the chart. So I'm not watching the chart. I'm doing other things right now. The problem is the only other thing that's going on is the stupid Trump news that I don't give a shit about.
Oh yeah, no, I saw it all over.
Yeah. I mean, pretty weird coincidence that the FBI document on the president doing corruption, and then the same day the former president gets indicted. Pretty weird coincidences are going on around here.
And really, can you trust those three-letter agencies even after everything they've told us?
No.
Recently released?
I don't trust.
Scandals?
Yeah, I don't trust anybody anymore. Like I said, that's why it too many things are coming to a head now. You know, corruption on every level, state, local, federal. Every agency has corruption. You know, criminals are being let out. You know, no matter what crime they commit. AI is about to hit, where basically it's going to decimate 30 to 40% of actually the working populace. You know, everything is getting more expensive. Nothing is getting cheaper.
100%.
Even colleges, it's insane. Every college is and continue to increase their you know, their tuition by 3 to 5%. You know, yeah, it's just insane.
Didn't that Biden thing fail? Where he was gonna do like the student debt?
Yeah, well, I think they tried to pass, and then he declined to sign it or whatever. He vetoed it or whatever the president can do. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, with having someone that's in college right now, it's kind of annoying that all these people that 10 to 15 years ago did all these stupid degrees that they can't get jobs in, are able to wipe their debt. But my daughter won't have an ability to do that if that goes through, you know. It's just, I don't know. It's just annoying on multiple levels. But that's why I say I just check out of all this stuff. But, you know, it's hard to not, or I guess Fast X is out this weekend. You know what? This is what sucks. Hold on. Sorry. I got to look at the chart here.
The new Fast and Furious movie?
Yeah. I've watched every one of them in the theater the last
Oh, really?
couple weeks. I mean, they're completely lame movies. I mean, they really are.
Yeah, they're not what they used to be.
Yeah, but
they're literally like Marvel superhero movies now.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty funny.
Well, when
I
it
did like Hobbs and Shaw though. Hobbs and Shaw was good.
I didn't like that. I just don't. You know, I really don't like. I don't think he's that great of an actor.
Jason Statham?
No, not him. I like him. The other dude.
Oh, okay.
The Rock.
The Rock.
He's the
But
same.
Jason Statham's a goat.
Yeah, but The Rock just plays the same dude in every movie.
Just like the buff Jack guy.
Yeah, well,
Funny.
he's The Rock in every movie, in everything. So it's just like, I mean, I don't.
You know,
I like him. He's a likable guy. I just, you know, there's no range there. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I feel that. Did you hear? I heard something funny about him actually. Is that he has a certain contract with every movie set he signs where he can't look like weak in any scene. It's like when him and Jason Statham fought in Hobbs and Shaw, they both had contracts saying like they couldn't get beat up too much when they did their fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because he can't look bad for his image.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that makes sense. You would think though that would be, you know, adding to his range if he actually did, you know, show some weakness.
Yeah, like I've never seen him like emotionally. He's never made me cry.
Did Arnold Schwarzenegger ever make you cry?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Predator.
Yeah.
Predator.
Yeah.
Beautiful performance.
Well, and I would say Arnold Schwarzenegger has some decent range. He has.
Like kindergarten cop, you know, like he
Yeah,
actually,
that's what I
he
mean.
he played the Christmas movie. I forget what that one's called.
Yeah.
Jingle Bells, whatever. He's got some range, and he always played Terminator.
Well, and he was in Predator, which is one of the best. True Lies was great. Yeah, you're right, Monty. True Lies was great. And then
True Lies was good.
Predator is the ultimate kind of like milsim movie.
Against aliens, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, just the dudes of just Jesse Ventura and
That's true. I don't think what else he plays in.
Well, for instance, that one scene in Predator where uh, he says pushing too many pencils to the dude, right? And then they do the arm. Oh, what is it? Carl Weathers? Is that the name of the dude? I think it's
Yeah,
Carl.
Apollo Creed.
Yeah. So that one scene where, like, The Rock couldn't pull off that scene. Yeah, The Rock
Yeah,
couldn't.
100%.
His scene would be cheesy, and while Arnold's scene is kind of cheesy, it's cheesy in a good way, you know.
He does it just right.
Yeah.
You son of a.
Pushing too many pence. I can't remember. I used to be able to quote that movie so much because I watched it so much as growing
I'll
up.
send it to you. Pretty sure I have it saved.
Let's see what this pullback's gonna do.
Order filled.
Am I gonna be hurt again? Buying or so
Order filled. Order filled.
here we go. Let's see what the market tells us. There we go. Okay. We look good. We're gonna hold this. We're gonna see if we can hold this as long as we possibly can. Gonna do an RDA check. If it breaks the RDA check, maybe we'll reverse and then we'll go down. But it looks like it's just doing a standard run-of-the-mill chart 4 and chart 2 RDA check. We do want to see it actually come up and close back above 570 as quick as possible, though. Oh, I need to clean this. This needs to be cleaned. I haven't field stripped this in a long time. I went to the range not yesterday. 2 days ago.
We did.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
You know, it actually felt pretty good. The range, so there's 2 lanes on the range that I go to where you can actually draw. You know, because most ranges you can't draw. You can't.
Draw to fire.
Yeah, but the range, well, there's the closest one to where I live. Well, we didn't go to the range when you were here, did we? We'll have to go to the range. The other one that I have to go to is a little bit, the one that you can draw, or you can do, draw fire. I guess that's what it's called. I don't know what it's called. Oh yeah, they call it draw fire, but it's farther away, so I don't go there that often. But so I did, leading up to that every day, I did the laser fire. You know, I have one of the laser systems. And then, yeah, it was Wednesday. It was Wednesday when I went. So yeah, it takes, you've shot a lot more than me, I think, probably.
I don't know, you had like 20 years on me, huh? You
Yeah, I guess. But
I have shot a lot, yes.
muscle memory comes back pretty quick, but it's always that frustrating part where if you haven't done it for a while, you feel like
You're not as,
proficient.
yeah.
You're
You're not as proficient as before. Or like the draw just feels slightly slower and not
yeah.
as comfortable.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I used to go to the range once a week, so but that became super expensive, and then also with treatment and everything else, it's hard to do. But yeah, but I was pretty satisfied with my first just kind of initial, what's the word I'm looking for? When you have a circle, I'm drawing a blank. Groupings. I was very satisfied with my initial first 2 magazine groupings.
Let's get this important. That's huge.
Yeah, so that's what I do. So when I kind of assess where I'm at, I just take 2 magazines and I just naturally do what I would naturally do, and then that's my assessment of, okay, that's where I'm currently at, right?
Yeah, that's good. Just hitting the same shots. Also seeing where your zero is at in your pistols.
Yeah.
I've not shooting for a while is pretty huge.
Do you like red dots?
Personally, I'm afraid of geotech or like hollow. I love hollow sites. Been a hollow site fan of my career. We use a lot of ACOGs.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of like ACOG per se, just because they get jangled up so much, and usually your adjusters on the right and the top of the ACOG, they get bumped around so much that your zero is always going to be off, no matter kind of where you are. So I like iron sights, because whenever I zero them, they're going to stay zeroed.
Yeah.
And then holographic are easy to adjust on target. So I've always been a fan of them.
Yeah, I've always just stuck with straight up sights, just because I thought it's one less thing to break, one less thing you have to worry about. Although when I did shoot with the red dot, even with the red dot, if you get used to it, the sight picture, when your sight picture is right. I mean, you know where the dot is after a while, right? So even if it fails on you, but still, yeah. I don't know. I really don't want to. I saw this build here. What was this build? I was talking about it earlier. The Hydra. I'll send a picture of it to you.
I'm really trying to get a blackout rifle.
Yeah, those are nice.
I guess I could send. We could send in the warrior chat.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody cares about that stuff actually.
No. But on GBRS, I don't know if I showed you that channel. So, their sighting system is elevated, and the way that they're
above the actual.
Well, yeah, no.
barrel,
Well, yeah.
like
So
canted above.
yeah, they're SEALs. So they're pretty much SEAL based. They're retired SEAls, and basically when they were in unit, what they shot with, or the way they didn't, it was upright shooting, is what I'm saying. Meaning that the sight, or the scope, is at eye level if you're upright, and that's the way that that's the doctrine that they adopted. So there's no lean into the sight. You're upright. The way they explained it once is that, number one, if you're upright in most situations, it's just natural, and it makes sense. And then if you're shooting, and then your plates and everything else are of maximum effectiveness when you're upright. When you're just straight up upright and you're not crunched over looking down a sight. I haven't built a build with their sights yet, but I kind of like the philosophy of what they do. I don't know if you've seen it before.
That's smart. I mean, it's a smart way to actually build. I would like to test it out too, see actually, because like from cover, peeking out how that sight works.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Because if it's too high when you're in the prone, because you're trying to like compact your body as much as possible when you're in the prone. So I wonder how that works. I'd like to try it out too. It probably works well for like walking shooting, like standing and shooting.
Exactly.
Combat glide.
Yep.
Or like super efficient, not digging into your shoulder pad.
Yeah, I want to get one. I want to get one of their sites and then see how it runs for me. So, like,
The nice thing of shooting with it.
I'll send you their gear.
I'm planning. Did I tell you? There's a place nearby me that sells a saw, like an OG saw.
Yeah, but you can't have that without a. Don't you have to have a?
Well, they modified it to be semi-automatic,
Oh.
so it's legal.
Oh, okay.
So it's fully modified semi-automatic saw, and you can buy it. It's in the state next to me. The state where I was trying to move.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Which is pretty insane. Can you imagine having a saw?
Well,
Even
no.
semi-automatic, it's the beat up.
No, it would be nice. I mean, like I said, every person should have a pistol, shotgun, and an AR, and then you can add a saw. That would be awesome. Then there's not much you can't. I mean, then
Golden minigun. The
yeah.
golden
Oh yeah,
minigun.
yeah. The minigun would be sweet, but
Dude, I'd be ripping that
the problem is a minigun. You can go through 15 grand of ammunition within about
20 seconds.
yeah, exactly.
Like 1,000 rounds per minute, dude.
Yeah, so you've got to be uber rich or have a really good expense account to be able to do that. So we're up about 28,000 on this trade. Like I said, I reversed. It was pretty obvious that it was going to be long the rest of the day. So we're going to see if we can stick with this. It's at the VWAP right now. Worst case scenario is it comes back and I guess we'd make zero on this trade. So one thing I could do probably, I guess if I really wanted to, is I could literally put in a protective stop right at our entry or below our entry. And then we'll put it down below.
What I'm seeing on the MET right now, you know, this kind of a long move. Usually I'd be fading this, trying to scalp here, but I'm just scaling in right at the RDA momentum, and I've been just making profit from there.
Yeah, well, what it's,
Pull back.
I mean, it's recaptured the, because there's two weekly opens. There's the index, the cash index, the NDX weekly open, and then the other weekly open is the actual NQ on Sunday.
Let's look on Sunday.
And then, you know, obviously the index opens on Monday. But so you got two weekly opens that are used for targets on the market. Where is that? Let me share this. I'll share this in the Warrior. You can sell crack if you want to. I can leave your friends behind. How is your trading going, by the way?
Fine.
Yeah.
That's good. I reset my account to 3,000, so I'm just playing it slow.
Where is it at?
Scaling.
Where are you at, profit-wise?
So I made about $32 today. It took
Okay.
about 5 trades. I'm still trying to trade very low.
You should be averaging anywhere from $100 to $300 a day, though. So
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to
go ahead.
still. I should be really patient with my trades right now.
Yeah.
I'm still, I want to work on really just entering in, not trying to manage the trade too much, because that's what I struggle with on the small account. So I'm just scaling it. I'm not trying to chase any trades. Just waiting for the test of the prediction that I see,
No, that's good.
and then manage the trade from there. And I also just watch for like the first hour or so, make breakfast, and then start trading. But it's good. But that MQ is just kind of moving up right now, not really giving me a chance to. I could just buy, but I don't want to do that. I just want to scale it and get picked up.
Well, I'd buy in a pullback here at this point. I mean, like I said, it looks like it's going to be momentum up the rest of the day. I mean, if you look at chart 4, the next level on chart 4 really is at 640 or so. So it looks like it's going to 640 at a minimum. So that's what I'm holding out for. I'm holding out for 640. We'll see. If it really gets going, which then it's going to take out the high level, which is right around 684. But so far it's staying momentum long and bias long, but it might pull back here, retest the VWAP. Best case scenario here on the long side is it retests the VWAP and then it continues long the rest of the day, going into the close. It might start to stall here a little bit because it is right around that mid-lunch time, but we'll see.
Oh, the Hydra, yeah, I think it's clean, yeah.
Yeah, so see that sight on that?
Yeah, where it's canted up.
Well, yeah, well, it's, would you say,
Like elevated.
yeah,
It's
elevated.
like elevated up, yeah.
Because the way that they do their CQB and the way that they do is basically they're upright. So that's not the GBRS channel. If you go to GBRS, they talk more about kind of their philosophy. But basically, they, you know, rethought doctrine and they said, you know, why, you know, to get a sight picture and to angle your head over, right, and do that, it's just not natural. What's natural is to stand upright and to seat it within your shoulder and then have it have the rifle, have the scope at eye level, like your sight picture there. That's natural. Plus, when you look at your exposure to your enemy and your plates, you're getting maximum protection from your plates when you're upright and you're not crouched over. You know what I mean? I mean that's the way that's some of the philosophy of what they explained.
I can see that. Opens up. I mean, it's a part of why we tuck our shoulder to is protect that neck. But if a bullet's going through your neck, it's going through your neck.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Unless you're wearing like a gear card, which no one does.
yeah, so I've always wanted to do a build with their scoping system just to kind of see how natural that feels. As far as, I mean, in
It's really good.
if I get reincarnated as a human, I would hope that I would try to go Delta, like I originally wanted to when I was younger. That's my only regret, is that I didn't actually try to go Delta. You know, so
100%.
that's the only thing that if I got reincarnated, I would my luck is I'd go Delta during peacetime and it would suck.
Yeah.
So
Especially paperwork.
yeah, exactly.
I think regardless, I think they still get like at least some units still get action.
Oh yeah, no, Delta does, and same with SEALs. I mean, there's always
And
things,
Delta's-
people to kill.
And Delta's highest tier, so like
Yeah. So there's always people to kill around the world that the United States wants to kill. So
100%. We're very greedy in that sense.
yeah. But like I shared with you before, you entered the Marines when there's already a war going on. You already had the expectation that you're probably going to be deployed to some combat area.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like everything else. It's a 50-50 for the infantry. Like, I have boys who joined the same time as me, they didn't go anywhere.
Oh, really? They were just stuck on ships the whole time and just on beaches?
Yeah. Because we have, it's by presidents, and like each force isn't. How the Marine Corps works too is it's a rotationary force. So, I mean, as QRFs get changed in and out every year,
Mm-hmm.
they have to continuously get changed out. So even if a war happened, there still has to be Marine units on different parts of the world.
Ready to go at a moment's notice,
Yeah.
basically?
Because then anything else occurs, like in Australia, like we need to go there, or Middle East, or Okinawa, Russia. Like there still needs to be people all around. So even those dudes just get stuck, like just staying on ship for their whole 4 years, or like my seniors before me, they were on ship for like 2.5 years before they did anything, and then they went to I forget where. So they went somewhere in Africa, and they just hung out there for a little while. And they came back and went straight overseas.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. And usually it's the certain units get picked, what we call the special MACTF, and that's kind of the combat deployment. So with other units wanting to get the special MACTF, the order gets assigned by command every single year, like who gets to go where, obviously. And then usually it's the same unit, because if you have the units who has like combat veterans and has had a lot of senior dudes in combat, you're probably gonna send them back over there again. So usually the same unit just keeps going.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, which kind of sucks, because then other infantry Marines who are just training never get to go anywhere, or never get to actually get in the fight. But
Yeah.
not that everyone wants to do that anyways. It's not like it's fun.
But I would assume most infantry dudes do. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
yeah, I mean,
joining the
you lose 'em.
infantry, you want to be
Yeah.
you want to be deployed
Yeah.
at least once
100%.
at a minimum.
And you lose your mind when you're not. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of dudes,
Because
really
you
lose
train
their
for
minds.
something that you never do, which I just couldn't.
It hurts.
Yeah.
And even after we did, I did a couple of deployments when we got back. They were trying to make me wait for a year and a half to get out. I was like, just send me on another deployment.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. a few times.
You know, Delta recruits from all services. That's one of the only units that recruits from all services.
Yeah, they came and they did introductions to us. Same with PJs.
Oh yeah, but I also heard that if you're a Marine and you get recruited to another service, that you're still a Marine. Marines do not give up Marines, meaning
Yeah,
that they like you.
they can pull back command at any point.
Yeah. So if you're in the Navy and you get picked up for Delta, then you pretty much get put in the Army. But the Marines do not allow Marines not to become not Marines.
Yeah, most other branches will lab move you. A lab move just means you change jobs or change branches completely. And Delta or the Marine Corps is not about that.
They're pretty stingy. They're like, no, you're a Marine. You're staying a Marine. We own you. We want you to make sure that we own you. You know that.
I was telling you about this before, actually. The HIS list, like when HIS list is pretty much when you're a certain rank in the Marine Corps and a list comes out, and that list has the names of people who are getting voluntold to do a certain job, so like recruiting or combat instructor or drill instructor or something like that. My buddy had just made it into Rangers. He passed Ranger school. He was going to his first unit, and the Marine Corps called him back because he got histed to be a recruiter. So he finally passed Ranger school, went through all the courses, and like very few people from the Marines get selected to go to Rangers.
Oh yeah.
And then he made it all, and then they called him back, and he became a recruiter or like a drill instructor. He was furious.
I'd be furious too. Seems like a misallocation of resources too.
Yeah, and he had just re-enlisted, so now he has to go do 2 years at whatever duty station before he can go back and try for Rangers again.
Ah.
And that's if he gets approved to do it again, because now he'll be like a staff sergeant or something. And usually they don't get approved.
So as a Marine, would he go to Ranger Battalion as a Marine, and then be
Yeah.
part of the Ranger? Oh, but
He
then
would
what would
still
he?
ten- he-
What would
he
he
would still
do at
get-
Ranger Battalion then?
He would still get technically lap moved to Rangers, so like he'd be part of the Army.
So
But
there's
his base
Marines
will
that laterally move over to the Ranger Battalion.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You have to go through like a whole entire re-signing contract. And I'm pretty sure it's like different for other branches. Like if you go Army, it's just going Rangers, but I'm pretty sure you have to sign a re-contract or like
Yeah.
a re-enlistment statement. I'm up about $100 on this trade, just waiting for this pullback.
I'm up about 45,000.
Holy.
So
Alright, no need to flex on me.
no, I went to airborne school and something weird happened in airborne school that I noticed, and then I recently watched a video from Cadre from airborne school. Because airborne school, it's really not that big of a deal. It's 3 weeks. It could be a week, but it's 3 weeks in the Army. But it's all services go to airborne school. And when I went, it was weird, but because number one, it's all services, then it's also all ranks. So it's real. So I went from basic, AIT. Oh no, went basic to airborne school. And when you go from basic to airborne school, you have total freedom. You don't have total freedom when you go to AIT. When you go to your AIT, what Army calls AIT. Anyways, I went from basic to total freedom in airborne school. But one of the things that was odd is that they would break you up into platoons and squads, and every squad was led by a Marine. So it was weird. I just thought it was weird back then that, okay, we're in the Army, but our squad every morning at 8:30 or whenever we got up. Anyways, there was Marines in charge of every squad and every platoon. And I thought it was odd even back then because, we're in the Army, right? And then one of the cadre, I watched an interview recently, like a couple weeks ago, and he shared, this is what we did in airborne school. And the reason why we did this is that we would put Marines in charge because the Marines knew how to manage other troops better than our own troops. So we would always put Marines in charge of the squads and the platoons because they would verbally abuse. They could verbally abuse and almost physically abuse the troops.
Haze me, baby.
Yeah, they would haze them, and we couldn't haze them. The cadre couldn't haze them, right? But he said the Marines basically, they kept everything in line, so it made managing everything for us much easier. I found it because I experienced that firsthand, and then it's just funny how kind of like when the branches merge, the different personalities and how they actually utilize it.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
pretty funny.
Yeah. I mean, it was true. We had a chick, a Marine chick. She was, I mean, she probably could have kicked my ass. She was a Marine chick, and she was badder than most of the dudes in our friggin' in our class, in our airborne class. She was just, and she was hot too. And she was just more tougher than most of the dudes, you know, that were going through airborne school at that time. So I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. First time I met an army person was, or a person, a soldier. I'm pretty sure we had he was like a, I don't know, maybe a CI or something, like covert intelligence. But he was also a recruiter for the army. So when he came with us on a field operation, he was trying to like recruit everybody to the army the whole time. It was pretty funny. And he had like no combat or really infantry training, but he was like running and gunning with us. So it was pretty funny to watch. But we helped him out and everything. We weren't like dicks. He was a staff sergeant too, so he was above us. But he just talked to us like we were boys, and we were all sergeants at the time. So
That's pretty
it
funny.
was pretty funny. It was pretty funny though. He was just recruiting everybody all the time. He's like, "Do you know the benefits of the army?" And everyone's like, "No." He goes, "Well, I can get you 25,000 in your first free enlistment, bro."
Wow.
And I see every single Marine's eyes light up, and I'm telling all my junior Marines like, "Don't listen to him, bro. It's 25,000. You have to pay it back anyways. You won't even finish your contract."
Yeah. And you
So
don't get to do what you think you want to do.
yeah, you don't. They tell you this. My recruiter during when I was like picking my job, whatever, and I was like, "I want to be infantry. I want to be infantry." He tells me, you know, all the infantry spots are filled, and the only thing I can get you, which is the same thing, is artillery. Artillery is the same exact thing as the infantry. I was like, "Oh, sweet, heck yeah!" And I was about to go artillery, and then the artillery jobs got filled, and he's like, "I don't have any more artillery or infantry. The only job you can get is combat comms." I was like, "Oh, what's that?" It's like, "It's pretty much just infantry. You're just gonna be on a radio too." It's like, "Okay, sweet, I'll do that." I was about to be a comms bitch the whole time,
Oh
my
man.
whole career. I would have been so pissed. Luckily, I got an infantry job that got pulled. I think when some kid like backed out of it or something, and I got the infantry contract. I'm so happy. Because if I would have been comms, I was with a lot of comms dudes. They hated their lives.
Yeah, because you're busy all the time. You know.
Yeah, and those comms dudes are the ones who thought they were signing up just to be comms, not combat comms.
Yeah.
They didn't think they'd be running, gunning, and doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
One of my very close friends, he is the same way. He thought he was gonna be working a 9 to 5 in a communications shop, working on radios. That dude was never inside the communications hut. He was always in the field with us. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny the expectations you have, and then when you get there, and then
I don't even remember.
they use you, or not that they don't. I mean, you know, it's just funny how they can allocate you to whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
What were you
pretty
saying?
insane. Oh, I kind
So-
of forgot, but did you have ground week, tower week, and then jump week when you were still there?
Yeah. So
Those 3 weeks?
you know, I don't know if I ever told you the story of me and we had ground week, and you know, my MOS was a parachute rigger, so my job was to pack
Yeah.
parachutes. But I didn't go to AIT yet. We had to become airborne qualified. Then we went to AIT to learn our job.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
you went straight from basic to. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so I went from basic where you're completely locked up to then where you're at jump school where basically you're total freedom and you're in the regular service. It was just like I was like, wow, this is cool. This is how it is to be in the army. Well, anyways, jump week, the first jump, I don't know if I ever told you this. So the first jump, you're not supposed to yell or scream or anything when you jump out of the plane, and I didn't.
Stop filled.
So we're getting
Stop
stopped
filled.
out.
Stop filled.
Sorry, it's super loud. So we were up about 50 or 60 grand, and then now we're getting taken out. Only up 30 grand now. But well, we took some profit. But so the first jump out of the plane, I didn't yell. Someone in my stick yelled. I landed on the ground. This is how stupid I was. This is how dumb I was. I'll just share you how dumb I was. I didn't even know what a first sergeant was when I graduated out of basic.
I mean, no one does.
Yeah,
I
so
had no idea either until I got to I didn't know until I got to the fleet. I kind of knew who they were, but you don't really know like the rank structure yet.
yeah, so I just landed from my first jump, and this short Napoleon dude comes over, and he's a first sergeant, and he starts yelling at me. He said, "Soldier, you were yelling," and I said, "No, I wasn't yelling." And then an officer said, is that how you address a first sergeant?" I said, "No, sergeant." And then he says, "That's not how you address." And then the first sergeant started yelling at me and said, "I knew it was you yelling, soldier," or whatever. And he put his finger out, and I reacted. I was a young punk back then. I grabbed his finger and swatted it out of the way.
Oh dang! On the first sergeant, bro.
Oh yeah, he went ballistic. And
That's their job.
yeah. Anyways, so basically the cadre came over, put me in a vehicle, and took me back. And I had to sit in front of the captain, or maybe it was the colonel. I don't remember. I had to have, not a trial, but basically I had to plead my case in front of them. And what happened is I got docked. I got knocked out of my training class. I had to do 2 weeks of duty, and I got docked 3 weeks pay. So basically, and then I had to restart my jump school, or I had to restart jump week, and I was in a cycle where there was a gap week. So I had 3 weeks where I was at, I think it's Fort Benning, where basically, and it was actually pretty sweet, other than the being docked pay. But basically, I had 3 weeks where I was on vacation, where I showed up every day to do kitchen duty, KP duty. And the dude was like, "I really don't need you, so just come here for about an hour or two and then do whatever you want the rest of the day." And that's what I pretty much did for about 3 weeks straight. Hung out with people, hung out around, I think it's Fort Benning. Hung around Fort Benning. But yeah, that was my that was my experience of jump school. Me, I mean, I think I was,
That's pretty funny.
it was assaulting not an officer, but assaulting the first sergeant is what they were trying to charge me with. And I think the colonel that had, I don't remember what those, when you have it's not a trial, but you know what I mean, when you're sitting down in front of it's not a court, it wasn't a court martial, it was
NJP. We call them NJPs.
yeah, it was probably, yeah, NJP, yeah, so
Where you have like
ex-Beckerson.
2 witnesses.
Yeah, so I got to
too.
call witnesses, I got to call everything, and
Yeah.
both of my witnesses said it was a chick that yelled, it wasn't him, it was a girl that yelled. Both of them said that. And the first sergeant was angry, wanted to actually push me back, and actually, like, I don't know, he was just really pissed. He wanted more than what the colonel did. The colonel was actually just kind of believed my story. I don't know, I was so naive, I guess, you know. I had no idea how the military, because I just got out of basic, you know. And then you're thrown into, did you go to jump school? You didn't go to jump school, did you? The Army jump school?
I didn't go to Army Jump School, no.
Yeah. So there's another school called Halo, which is high opening, low altitude opening. That school is much better. And that's where you're jumping out of, you know, you're jumping from high altitudes. That's the typical jumping. The Army jumping way sucks, because basically your static line, you're jumping from 1,200 to 1,800 feet. You literally have 6 to 8 seconds. And if your chute doesn't open, you have about 2 or 3 seconds to pull your reserve, or you're going to die. So, you know, and you're jumping out with 120 pounds of gear and a weapon. It's not really fun.
Oh yeah, it never is.
So, but yeah. Yeah, and I was lucky actually too. Somehow, because the people that I went to basic with that were in my class, I actually got to stay with because they had to go to AIT and spend an additional 3 weeks in AIT doing a bunch of BS because the next cycle didn't start. So in some ways, I was fortunate to be able to spend 3 weeks in Benning, and I didn't actually lose the friends that I had made. I don't know. It's kind of one of those weird things in life that just happened. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So I was so naive though.
Up about $200 now.
I'm still up about 40.
Uncle, I can't keep telling my P&L if you just keep dropping the 40 bomb on me.
Yeah, well, I want to hold this trade for the rest of the afternoon to see if we can get up to maybe around 80. Maybe we can double it. Because if it does get up to the next level, which is right around 642, it could be up around 80. So we'll see if we can hold it that long. We're in 50 lots. So that's what happens when you trade around 50 lots.
NJP is non-judicial punishment, for those who are wondering, by the way.
Oh, that's what it stands for.
And the only other thing up from there is a court-martial. And that's kind of where you go in front of a court. But it's not really a court, it's just a judge who's a high-ranking commander.
Yeah.
And whatever he says goes.
Yeah.
There's no trial. It's not like people think. That's something crazy that I've talked to a lot of people, and they have really no idea how the law side of the Marine Corps works.
I think because they watch JAG or they've seen A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
And A Few Good Men like glamorize or not. I mean, it glamorizes kind of like the being court-martialed, right? Like it's really like that every court-martial. But like you said, every court-martial is not like that.
The thing about a court-martial is to say like, if you, so this is something that's huge. I mean, most people probably don't even care, but if you go to a court-martial and say you're charged of something and you plead not guilty and you try to fight your case, even with all the evidence that you have and anything like that, and even if you have a lawyer and all that, if you plead not guilty to a court-martial and then lose that case, it's just 10 times worse for you. The Marine Corps, at least the Marine Corps alone, I know, the Marine Corps makes it 10 times worse for you to plead not guilty. Even if you didn't do it, pleading guilty is a better route.
Yeah, just because you made them work, basically, is probably what they're,
Yeah, and even if you have all the information and evidence there, and then they can still say you're guilty. It's not like there's a jury. It's just one guy, and he says whether or not you're guilty or not, and then it's really whoever put you up to your command or whatever is just gonna be fighting you, and they have a lot higher rank, they have a lot more power. It's pretty rigged.
Yeah, no, it is. I have friends that, and we have a family member that has shared a couple things about court-martials and really unfair court-martials and things. When you're railroaded by the military, it's not fair at all. I mean,
you get railroaded hard.
Yeah.
And fast.
Yeah.
And in several different ways. Like, if you get a DUI in the Marine Corps out in town and you're not on base, you have to deal with the sheriff department, whatever, with your DUI. And then once you get back on base, they try you again.
Yeah, it's double jeopardy.
And so you have to pay both fines, or you have to get punished by the Marine Corps, and then you have to pay a fine too. Which is, I mean, I get it. You shouldn't be drinking and driving anyways. I understand that. Yeah, that's obviously a bad thing. A lot of Marines die from that, so it's good that they implement that. But when you're a PFC or a Lance and you are making $1,200 a paycheck, less than that probably. I made about $700.
It's still that low?
Yeah, it was.
That's every 2 weeks?
Well, the thing about the Marine Corps is when you go to boot camp, we get a personalized. There's a credit union just for the Marine Corps. It's called Front Wave, and when you go to boot camp, like you get signed an account and everything. That's how you can buy stuff from boot camp. Like you kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You get like your card. With the Front Wave account, like, what was I talking about?
We were talking about NGP, and then you were talking about making $700 a week, and I said, did you make that every 2 weeks, or that's what I was asking.
And with Front Wave, it's weird because sometimes I wouldn't get paid for 28 days. Because our next paycheck on the Front Wave pay scale, whatever, would be like 28 days from my last paycheck. It would be insane. I would almost go a month without getting paid again.
That's insane.
And then a week later, I'd get paid like $200, and then it goes back to kind of the regular schedule of every 2 weeks. But sometimes it'd be like 19 days before your next paycheck, because the military holidays come through, and like we can't get paid, and it's pretty rough, man. You really only start making money once you get married. If you get married in the Marine Corps, or if you get married in the military, period, you understand, like,
yeah,
you make so much more money.
Yeah, because you get your COLA, whatever it is, you get your other.
Your base allowance housing, and then if they're separated from you, you get even more money. You get separation pay, and then if you're overseas, you get hazard pay and then separation pay as well.
Well, that was the other benefit of us being when I signed up for. We would get back then. It's probably the same pay, but because parachuting or jumping out of a plane was considered hazard, we got an extra $125 a month base. Oh yeah, so X Vector said BAS, BAH, and separation pay. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. When you get married, you
just get so much more, man.
Yeah. It's almost worth,
and
getting
BAH
married and
like,
just not, or getting fake married almost.
Yeah.
And splitting
BAH
it with the person.
No joke. Those who say I make like $700 my paycheck, whatever, and then continuing forward, I get married and I get a house. If you get married on a base, you don't get BH.
Yeah, because you have to have base
all your
housing.
all your base allowance housing just goes to your house. If you get a place out in town, you can like pick an apartment, whatever, and you get it cheap.
Yeah.
Or you and a couple of buddies. Like I stayed at my buddy's place for a while. Him and like 4 of the Marines just bought a place together. One of them was married, and they all just split the pay. They pulled in like $2,000 a month on top of their $700, and paid like, I think their base allowance housing was $2,500, and he paid $500 just for the house, and $200 each pockets.
Yeah, Marines should get married.
Pockets.
They should get married to each other. I mean, do they support gay marriage now in the Marines?
That's what I was telling you. My buddy and I were thinking about doing that. If we really wanted to, but then you have to switch units, and him and I are like best friends. So.
Oh, so you can't be in this. Oh yeah, you can't be married and be in the same unit. That makes sense.
Yeah, you can't. But you can be in adjacent units or supporting units.
I'm surprised more people aren't doing that now, given the direction that the
a lot of
armed
females
forces
do.
are. Yeah.
Like I've met maybe 5 or 6, which is a pretty high amount, I would say, for the Marines, of like lesbian Marine.
Oh, so they do support same-sex marriages then?
Yeah, I think my first year, I don't remember when this was, but either my boot camp course or the course before me had the very first transgender person. But then right after I got through boot camp, I'm pretty sure they denied all that, because that's when Trump was still in office. So they denied all of it, and then he got kicked out. And then I think now they're implementing it. Like I think Marines can now have their phones in boot camp.
Oh, really? You can have your phones in boot camp? That's insane.
Well, I mean, Army's always been able to, or Air Force has always been able to, and then Army implemented it, I think like 6 years ago. And the Marines, you're never able to have anything like that. No phone calls home or anything.
Yeah, because they want you perpetually pissed off.
Yeah, and they just want you to complete remote. You can't brainwash yourself if you are still connected to somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, so don't take my word.
I think it's crazy and basic they would allow you to have your phone. That just to me is crazy.
Air Force gets it every single. Pretty sure they get it every day after they get done with.
Yeah. I
Pick
mean, the
your
Air
stuff.
Force, I would expect that.
Or every Sunday. The only
I'd
thing we
expect
got,
that from the Air Force, but not Army and Marines.
yeah,
But that's surprising. Even a quartermaster unit, even a supply unit, or quartermaster, non-combat units. I'm surprised that they would endorse that. But
yeah.
maybe it's
That's why I
just
think a lot of them aren't
it's
killers anymore.
yeah. It's probably too at the point now where the people joining now don't know how to function without a phone.
Oh yeah,
You take a phone away from someone that's just joining the military now, they probably like pass
freak out.
out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably have
faint,
separation
faint.
anxiety or something. Yeah.
The only thing we got every Sunday, you get to pick your church, and if you don't go to church or a Buddhist place or something like that, then you're gonna get effed up all Sunday by drill instructors because all they do is just stay in there while you go to church for like an hour. My buddies and I just go to the Buddhist, like a Buddhist church thing, but they let you lay down in there because there's mats,
Oh.
because we do yoga. So we just go in there and just get as small sleep as we can. But if drill instructors come in and catch you, you're going straight back and you're going straight to the deck.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. So you have to be really. We'd like put our books in front of us and lay down in like a yoga pose, pass out,
Just got to get
pass out
really,
standing up.
really good and look like you're actually reading
Yep.
while you're sleeping. Yeah.
100%. Anything. It was nice. That's like the only time you really get a break.
That's one thing the military does teach you. It teach you how to. I don't remember what we used to call it. Where
We call it skating.
Yeah, it wasn't called.
Just finessing.
Yeah,
Finessing
finessing.
out of work.
They like as a young you learn. I mean, most people learn how to skate.
Scandalous.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, but you kind of have to though, because
Yeah, if you don't, you go insane.
yeah, the amount of stupidity that you deal with on a daily basis. That's
The
why
hurry
I
up and
didn't
wait
stay
thing
in.
is so real.
What
It's
is
unreal. The
wafing?
hurry up and wait.
Oh yeah,
My whole life was just hurry up and wait for 4 years.
yeah. No, I mean,
Go to sleep and then hurry up and wait until you can wake back up.
yeah, exactly. And then asking why are we doing this, and then to just sit here and wait.
Yelling at you.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be doing it?
Yeah.
All right. You're just being a dick now.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm
Stop field.
That's-
Stop field.
kind of probably the main reason why I got out, because I just couldn't handle the stupidity of the amount of stupidity, hurry up and wait that I dealt with on a daily basis.
And it's really hard. As a man itself, it's just hard to take that type of. Because you really have no respect until you have a high rank. That's how the military works.
Yeah, and even then though, you're still in a hurry and rate architecture. I mean, no matter.
Oh,
I mean,
100%.
you're always.
Unless you're the commandant,
Yeah.
even the commandant has to wait. Like,
Yeah. That was the biggest reason why I got out, is because I just yeah.
damn, I was just tired. I was just tired of the bullshit.
Yeah. That's the thing.
But I mean, I had fun. I mean, anyone who wants to join, I don't recommend joining right now, per se, just because the world,
Yeah,
or
I
the
wouldn't
state
either.
of our country.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't
congrats
either.
if you are started.
But I mean, I would say for someone that doesn't want to go to college and maybe
Yeah,
has
sure.
doesn't really know what they want to do with their life, doing one tour in services, I think is a good way to
It'll definitely mature you, balance you out. It will give you, it will show you what you don't want. That's for sure.
yeah. And you are learning. I mean, I think the number one thing too is that you're around people that you'd never be around for in normal life, most likely.
Mhm.
Actually, Glock asked, "Have you ever thought about getting into law enforcement?" He's asking you if you've ever thought of getting
Oh,
into law.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I have quite a few friends and family friends who are law enforcement. I have a bunch of money or buddies who are um, sheriffs or deputies, and a lot of law enforcement friends. I thought about it for a while. I just don't like the government, man.
Yeah.
I'm a big hater of the government, just in how it treats like small business and veterans alone. So I don't know if I could go law enforcement just purely based off that. I did think about mercenary contracting for a while, going back out, but I have a girl and like I have family, so I can't really be doing the young and reckless, diving in to firefights firsthand right away.
Yeah, and
Type
there
mindset.
plus there you're not as protected as you are when you're in the service. I mean, because
Yeah.
there's plausible deniability, you know. So
hmm It's a lot more money,
yeah,
but a lot also the death rates for mercenary contracting are pretty high.
yeah, and you're not as supported as you are um, in the service. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
if you're in a unit and
And
you're
it,
left behind, that they're going to do everything they can to. If you're in a one of the four contractors, it depends, you know,
yeah.
kind of
This
on
is all
your
they have
own.
to do. If you make it back, then they have to pay you.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
thing.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure
I know
it's
I looked at a
tempting. I'm
couple.
sure it's still tempting given the money.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like 180 grand. With
Yeah,
all your equipment paid for. Oh, this is a really nice entry here. I've been just buying these pullbacks, just the momentum pullbacks
that's the way to do it.
on the
I'm still
just
in 40
easy
lots.
scalps.
We're still up around 30K, 32K. So did get knocked out at 10, but like I said, I'm trying to stay in this trade all through the afternoon and then maybe short. The short zone we're looking for is right around 648. So, well, the
How long have you
first,
held that for?
uh, well, I mean, I've been in it since we've been talking longer than that. So,
Okay.
well, actually, probably since about an hour. I've been in this trade about an hour.
Okay.
So,
I've took zero loss today.
that's good. Well, that's why you need to focus on trading. That way you don't have to the mercenary stuff.
Yeah, it's true. But that stream I did the day it really helped myself check myself on my profit taking. Now I'm really just as soon as I profit, I move my stop losses up. Even if it takes me out, I just kind of need to be taking that profit. So I'm just
Yeah,
going to threes and just taking that profit as soon as possible, and it's working out for me.
it's about building the habits. You know, it's kind of like 2 times today I didn't follow. You know, one of my rules that I have is when I'm fading, if the trade, if the market gives me an opportunity to get out, and I've been in a trade long where it didn't move in the direction I expected, then I get out when the market gives. Now there's 2 trades today that I had an opportunity to get out with a little bit of profit, even break even, and I didn't take those, and then I stayed in them longer and scaled in higher, and then actually had to take some losses. So, you know, I kind of fell back into some old habits today, but um, you know, I didn't fall back into old habits of actually. Um, I mean, I'm still gonna have a really good green day today, but it's just it'll be an ugly. It'll look ugly as far as how I traded it. Um, but you know, that's what it's about, though. It's about, like you said, when you're um, like putting in your stops or you know, because there's that. It's almost frustrating sometimes when you're trading over a couple hours and you trade that style and then you get knocked out and then you have to re-enter. Then you get knocked out, then you have to re-enter. Then you have knocked out and you have to re-enter. You know, it kind of feels like you're just kind of I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but you're treading water in a way. But you are making money, right? But you're treading water, and it feels like a lot of work. But it's also the best habit to adopt in trading. You know what I mean? I mean, does it feel better to trade that way than the way that you
Yeah.
traded when you kind of blew up the small account?
No, I mean it felt terrible. I mean I'm chasing trades. I mean you feel more participation in the market, 100%. But just because you're participating does not mean you're winning, right? I'm not trying to get the whatever soccer award for participation, even if I was the worst player. I'm trying to get that first place, that profit. So yeah, it's not fun to trade that way. Trading efficiently and smart, not really chasing trades, waiting for trades to kind of happen where you're scaling incorrectly or predicting those, false pullback or a sell-off right here, those are the good trades to take. Obviously, like you were saying, the first test. I've been just buying pullback all day today. If you would have just bought pullbacks, I mean, you'd be in profit the whole day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very simple thing. All I did was just scale into the RDA. Sometimes I wouldn't hit it. I'd scale a little bit above momentum 24 or the M24, and then right between the RDA and a little underneath it, and you're in profit.
Yep.
If you look all day today, I mean, indications in bias and momentum. I mean, sense to kind of turnover, but once that turnover happens, it's momentum and bias long. You don't need to do anything else besides buy. And that's something I've been working on too, is figuring out that pattern for the day. Because before I was just kind of trading in and out, expecting price to go up and down, and then I had that really bad day where it went up against me the whole entire day, and I was just selling, fading, and then the next day that happened, all I did was just buy the pullbacks. And once you see those, common occurrences, you can just continue to apply the same thing that happened to you previously.
Yep.
You can just go against it, and you can just win that day instead. If that kind of makes sense. I kind of explained that a little rough, but
No, it makes sense. I mean, you're just recognizing the pattern that the market typically follows. I mean, that's why you I don't think you were on earlier it was probably early in the morning when I said no one did send me over. I said we could look at, there's 3 to 5 high probability trades on every market using the Rex Dog system. So you could send me any chart any day from the last 50 years. I mean, and we could pull up a chart and there will be 3 to 5 high probability trades that the system will give you that you should be trading. It's just, that's how solid it is. Now there's more than that. I mean, if you're aggressively trading, there could be up to 6 to 12. But
100%.
So the market typically pivots 3 times in a day. You're going to see three individual pivots that,
Stop field.
especially
Stop
that the
field.
Rex Dog
Be a
system
long
gives you.
Stop field. Stop field.
A pivot would be more like, so like today in the morning, it was momentum long part of the day, and then it sold off. It became momentum short, and then it stayed momentum short, and then it pivoted now to momentum long. So there was like really 3 core pivots today that occurred.
Order filled. Order filled.
If you go back, well, the day's not over yet, but there's actually 4 core pivots today. We're experiencing maybe the downside pivot right now, possibly, and we're right around the afternoon pivot number 1, which is right around this time. So we expect another pivot, which we saw. So the pivot happens right around 13:15 my time, 12 or 14:15 market time, and we're seeing the pivot. The pivot is a sell-off, is a rollover, a continued of the rollover to the momentum indicators on the 5-minute and the RDA. And then, so the way to look at it is there's really been 1, 2, 3 pivots so far, and then this is trying to pivot on a sell-off right now. It's trying to pivot on a sell-off, and this would be the 3rd pivot of the day, and then there might be a 4th pivot if it goes and finds support, which it's trying to do right around the weekly open. Right now it's messing around with the NDX day open, so the long trade is a fade. Well, it's not a fade trade, it's actually a momentum trade.
Order filled.
So that's actually the trade on the table. But any given day, there's going to be typically at least 3 pivots on a given day. Where, do you know what I mean by pivot? Did I explain that well?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Could a pivot still be a long move? Just like a...
Well, no. So generally, even on a momentum, let's look at a straight up momentum long and bias long day that a lot of Fridays are. Of the last year, a lot of Fridays have been momentum long, where basically it's been clear that you should have never really sold the market, except for maybe at high extremes. So you should have never faded the market. Even on those days, you're going to see 2 or 3 times where the market pivoted. It got far extended from the momentum indicators and the bias indicators, and then it pivoted for a series of bars, usually 2 to 4 bars on the 5-minute, down to the momentum indicators, rechecked momentum and bias, and then continued up on a momentum. That would be one pivot. That would be a small pivot. But like today, if we look at, if I use today, I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see the stream?
Yeah, I can see it.
So like, here's the open. The open started right at the day open. Now, this is where if you're using chart 2, you're using chart 2 as kind of like your main entry chart as we teach in the system. Well, chart 2 right around here, I just know this, you would have been momentum long if you were trading early. And then you would have been momentum long. Here's the first pivot right there. That's pivot 1. And then pivot 1 went all the way down to the weekly open right here, retested the weekly open, exceeded the weekly open, and then you have another pivot. There's a pivot, pivoted up, failed, obviously, here. That kind of failed at a key area on chart 4. So it was an
What's
awesome
that
trade.
level?
This level here.
What's that indicator? The indicator you have? The yellow line right in the middle where you just put that?
What? Yeah, this one here, the orange and white line.
Yeah.
That's the weekly open. That's the RD key levels indicator. So the weekly open is, if it's white, it's above the weekly open. If it's orange, it's below. And then these triangles above, this tells you whether or not you're above or below the weekly open. So we have pivot 1, pivot 2, we have pivot 3, and pivot 4 today. And now we have pivot 5. Pivot 5 is happening right around where we expect it, as far as the afternoon session, right around 14:15 market time. And it tried to sell off. It tried to roll over. It's trying to roll over as we speak. It's trying to roll over, but it looks like it maintained momentum and bias. It did a momentum check. It held up. And the trade to do is the trade that we're in, which you can see. I'm in long. I did buy that pullback. I actually took some profit on that pullback as well, but that was the trade to do. So right now, today, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 pivots. This would be the 7th pivot right here that it's doing right now, which is a recheck. It checked the VWAP, checked the slow momentum indicator, and then pretty much right now every chart is telling you that in our system that it's going to be momentum long the rest of the day. And where is it going to go? Well, the first place it's going to go is it's going to go to 634. That's the first place it's going to go. So that's the first area where we're going to look for clues whether or not it's going to sell off. The next area that it's going to go is it's going to go to 682. So that would be our next area. So if it closes above 634, then it's going to hit probably 682, or it's going to try to get up there. Yeah, I had 50 lots. Now we're into 40. I did buy some of that. And then Just Option says, how do you know the pivot in real time? Well, it's obvious. The other thing about pivots that you'll see, which is nice, see these little triangles? That's the RD RSI. So oftentimes you'll see around these pivots, you'll see RSI signals around these pivots. So you can see, let me remove all the drawings. You'll see this RSI signal right here kind of confirmed the rollover and the pivot. This RD RSI signal, which is a private indicator for members, confirmed the long pivot. So, it didn't fire here, it didn't fire here, it didn't fire here. It fired just 2 RSI confirmation signals. And if you look at this day this is also the power of the RD RSI. The RD RSI gave you a confirmation that you probably should have sold this here because it did sell off. And look at how clear these signals are as far as they align with the exact if you look at the larger move of the market, the larger moves of the market is it went up and then it pivoted all the way down to here, and then it had another, it's having another wave up. So there was really only a wave up, a wave down, and now another wave up. The RSI signals, though, almost gave you confirmation, not almost, they gave you confirmation that, hey, yeah, I should probably stick with this move. Now, when you're trading the 4-chart setup with these RSI signals as well, they will correlate to then a changeover in chart 2 and chart 4. Does that make sense? I know I spoke at high level, but I don't know, we're up around 32,000 now on this trade. We're going to see if we can hold this into the rest. I didn't plan to stream the whole day, but just kind of not sat around, but why does it say? Is it just because it's not big enough? What's wrong with my profile? What is this? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if that made sense what I was saying.
No, it did.
We're pretty much going to be trading the NQ the rest of the day, so I'm not just going to keep the NQ chart up. I'm going to ignore the other charts for now because I just don't. I'm just going to deploy my capital to just the NQ. So the question is, do we buy right here? We do. We buy on a pullback. So if it comes down to the RDA, we want to buy again. We'll take a little bit of risk here. What the hell is wrong with my... Hey. Why does it say R?
What I've also been looking at a bunch is, we're kind of, while I'm trading, I just watched some Impractical Jokers work on some stuff. I forgot how funny Impractical Jokers were.
Oh, you mean some of the YouTubers?
Have you ever seen Impractical Jokers?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Oh, they're like 4 friends from like Chicago, I think, or Boston.
No, I don't think
I
I
think they're
have.
from New York. I don't know, Brooklyn, somewhere around that area. And they're just do like funny pranks and stuff with each other.
Yeah, I don't think I have, actually.
So did the new names get implemented?
Yeah, well, I was able to change my name. I think I got Rex Dog Actual today, but when I go to edit my profile, it does say Rex Dog Actual, but when I see it in, oh, maybe I have to restart the Discord. I bet that's what I have to do. I'm going to restart Discord, the actual app. That's probably what I have to do. I'll restart the app. Yeah, so, you know, it's based on sign up time, so I don't know how old your Discord is. But I was able to reserve, thankfully, Rex Dog Actual. I used to use the X Cavalis, which was my gamer tag, but I've since now just so I do own Rex Dog Actual as of today.
Oh, I think someone else is gonna own Nephew Elite because there is that scammer.
Well, maybe if they're
his name to me.
If they're
Order filled.
He has an older date than me. He has like 4 months on me. I don't know how though.
Yeah, but he'd have to be dedicated to wanting to take your profile. That's a lot of dedication. I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe
And you applied on the
I didn't
admin channel?
apply. It just popped up today when I popped up Discord. It said, "Hey, you can now reserve your username," and I did it. Can you put a highlighter on your mouse when possible? A highlighter is a color like a yellow that goes around your mouse indicator. Well, no, I know. I can do that in Camtasia. I don't know how to do that in real time. And I'm probably not going to do that on my mouse all the time, just because it would annoy the heck out of me. So, just options, I probably won't do that. I do it in my videos. You'll notice that I do the yellow highlighter, and then
Yeah.
we use Camtasia, and I do the clicks that show you where I click, but I don't think I'm going to do that in live. It just would annoy the heck out of me. All right, so we got a 0 test on the internal indicators, 0 line test. So it held up. So that if it holds up, if it continues to hold up, then we'll believe that this pullback is going to hold up. Otherwise, maybe we'll get out of this trade. But we're going to give it a little bit of a room here. I mean, I'll see if I can maybe do something that would, but you know, one of the things is that what sucks about how I stream is, so I use a tool to stream over YouTube, and well, we stream to Fiverr, we stream to Facebook, Twitter, a few other places using a tool. And then on TradingView, I have to stream separately on TradingView, because TradingView does not allow you to stream any other charts but TradingView. So I got slapped a couple times by the mods, which happens to me every 2 or 3 weeks. Every 2 or 3 weeks, the mods send something to me that I broke some kind of rule. It just happens. So I'm just used to it with TradingView. And the last slap that I got from the mods was that I was showing non-TradingView charts. So to continue to stream on TradingView, I have to just stream TradingView charts. So even though I trade on a different broker, and even though that their trading system absolutely blows balls, because you can't manage trades. It's just, I mean, it's a lot better than it used to be. It's just not that great. All right, now we're down to we were up around 2,500, or yeah, we were up pretty decently. Now we're down to about 4,000. So the question is, what I'm going to be looking at is, should we reverse this trade? Or is it going to hold this momentum? We don't know yet. I'm going to want to see this. I'm going to bring the internals down to another page so I can actually watch it. That's the other thing. I only have 3 monitors here. So when you stream, you give up a couple monitors.
Order filled.
So that's one thing that sucks about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Not showing my trade. Okay, we're back at the weekly open on the NQ. I don't know where we're on the NDX. NDX is probably going to test the weekly open again, looks like it. So, no, I am trading on TradingView. No, I'm not. I'm connected to Tradeovate. So see this little thing down here at the bottom that says Tradeovate? I'm using Tradeovate's app to trade. And then I've connected TradingView to Tradeovate so that you can see my positions when I'm streaming on TradingView. So that's how you're seeing my positions. But I don't manage my trades in TradingView because their trading sucks. Just, you know, that's what I mean. Does that make sense? So I pay, and with Tradeovate, in order to connect Tradeovate to TradingView, you have to pay, I think it's $10 a month or $25 a month. So I pay an extra, I mean, it's $10 a month. I pay an extra $10 a month so that you can see my trades on TradingView. So that's just so that I can actually stream on TradingView. Otherwise, I just shouldn't stream on TradingView anymore
Order
and should
filled.
just ignore TradingView. That's the other option I could do. But I still find value in streaming on TradingView. It's where traders are. It's still one of the best charting platforms out there. But it is definitely, yeah. So Sierra charts and the brokers that are on Sierra charts are obviously much better. Latency wise, plus trading wise, plus a few other things. But, you know, we'll see if we are on the right side of this trade. We're in 60 lots. We're long. We'll see if whether or not we wanted to be short there. It's at the daily open on the NDX. It's just a matter of, does the NDX want to hold momentum here? We're not going to give it much room though. So we're going to put a fixed stop in. And then we're going to put a fixed stop right here, right below the RDA on chart 4. Just to protect our position. It does look like it might sell off here, but we'll see if we find support. It's right around 13:30, 14:30 market time. Yeah, Iron Beam's a good broker. Right here, it's the decision factor whether or not it's going to hold up, I think, in the next 5-10 minutes. Next 5-10 minutes, we'll know whether or not it's going to go momentum long the rest of the afternoon. Or sell off pretty hard. So we'll see. We will see. Pissing me off. It's maintaining the maintaining the RDA on chart 2, and now it's testing the weekly open again.
Order filled.
I'm debating whether or not to go long here for this MEQ.
I mean, I think that's the trade on the table, but you know, once again, it might stall here for a while and think about it.
That's what I'm thinking. Is because that first rejection of the RDA at chart 1.
Yeah.
The RDA.
But
It's kind of stalling here on chart 2, but
it did a
it might
momentum.
just not.
It did a momentum check on chart 4, so that's whether or not it wants to tag the RDA on chart 4 is the question right now. So, you know, it might just stall here for a while, and if it stalls here for a while, it'll be just frustrating to stay in the trade. But the indicator just came in. I don't know what that means.
The lunch session today was actually pretty volatile, or not really volatile, but it was moving.
Yeah. No, it was a
candle painted.
no, it was a pretty decent time to trade. You got some pretty good trades today on the lunch session. It still hasn't closed above the RDA on chart 2. So still a frustrating trade. Yeah. Okay. There we go. It's going to tap the RDA, trying to tap the RDA maybe
Order
on
rejected.
damn it. I didn't move my trade up quick enough. It's trying to tap the RDA on or chart 4. So now this is the last line in the sand for it to actually move up. It looks like it's going to go down though. We'll see. Oh.
Order filled. Order filled.
What's small triangle?
Huh?
Which indicator? I don't understand. The small triangle you have highlighted on the chart. The indicator just came in. Oh, this one here? Oh yeah. So that would be, it does match the move, but we'll see here. We'll see if this move is matched. It looks like it's going for the weekly open and the RDA, and then we'll reverse there on the NDX. So that's right around 546. We'll see if that happens, that occurs. I'm gonna not give it much room though. We're gonna go 25, 50. I'm not gonna give it much room on this trade here.
Are you in 25 contracts?
No, I'm 70.
Oh, you're in 70. I just saw that.
Yeah.
How many contracts can you be in the NQ?
273. Maybe a little bit more than that.
That's insane. How many could you do in the MEQ?
Fuck, I don't know.
Would you be a whale technically in the MEQ?
No. I mean, liquidity wise, this liquidity wise, we're nothing. I mean, we are something, but we're really nothing. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna wait for an RDA overshoot and tap down here, the weekly open. Then we're gonna reverse. It might happen sooner than we want it to. Well, we got one more impulse down on the index that we're watching for. It might happen right here. That's what sucks.
What
Might
happens to,
happen
like,
right here. I want it to tap that zone. I don't know if it's going to tap that zone. Yeah, it looks like it's going to. My entry's terrible though, that's why. Do not like my entry. I should be going long here, starting, but I'd be starting early based on my typical behavior. So let's see what we can do here. Let's do 10 here. And then here we'll do 25. Yeah. I don't like the fact that it's not tapping the weekly open on the NDX. But we'll stick with this trade for a little bit. There we go. Come on, get in profit. I'll feel a lot better if you get in profit and you come down and tag that RDA and that weekly open. Right
are you
around.
scalping this? Are you fading this move for?
Well, no,
And then reversing.
Well, yeah, I'm looking to reverse right around. I'm watching the index. I'm watching the NDX. I'm not really. I am watching this too, but I'm burning through P&L here if I reverse. I don't want to reverse here. That's the problem. Not yet. This might be a fake move. Doesn't feel fake though. It feels like it is going to sell off. I'm waiting for it to tap a specific level on the NDX.
Why do you think it's going there?
Well, because that's where it would likely go. But it might hold up here. So I might reverse. Because that's, I mean, it's the weekly open for the index and it's been playing around with that. So, and given the market time, there we go. Okay, one more sell off. So this little zone here is what we're watching for. This little zone here. Come and test that zone, which correlates with the index RDA on the 5-minute and the weekly open. So if it tags that.
Is that the first test?
Huh?
Is it the first test?
Oh no, it's been playing around with this all day. It's been playing around with this all day, the weekly open.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's just my entry was terrible. So, you know, I might just get out, but I want it to tag this. I want to see it tag the RDA, get below the weekly open, and then reverse. But it might just fake out the whole market now by stopping right here. So that I'm literally at the worst possible entry. Well, I guess I'm now in profit a little bit. So we could start taking some off just to start booking some profit since we're such close on the bubble, but it looks like it's gonna. Yeah, see, I'm just on the bubble of this trade. I hate when I'm on the bubble of these trades like this. Yeah, this
These are some of the worst trades to hold too.
yeah, well, and
Like
the time of
when you
day
have the
too.
entry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and at size. So at size.
Yeah, your size is crazy.
Yeah.
But you're also elite trader.
All right. Just one more impulse down, and then it'll do what we want it to do. we're below the zero line now too. That's another thing on the actual internals. So yeah.
Where would you have entered?
Well, I should have
Have a better
entered.
entry
I
here.
should have entered above. I should have reversed above instead of. So back up here, right around 595. I should have reversed. Probably should reverse now too. But it still feels like it's gonna sell off. That's the problem. But the more that it doesn't, the more this is frustrating.
NQ is crazy to me. It's like thousands compared to the MNQ. Like $100 is literally 1,000.
Yeah, it's just bigger numbers. I mean, that's all it is.
Pretty insane.
Yeah, maybe it might go to 520. I don't know. Chart 4 says 507 if it does sell off, but my entry's terrible. So that's the problem. My entry's terrible. Now, it's just a matter of does it sell off here? Or does it continue the green candle? I guess there's a simple answer to this. The simple answer is I just put in trailing stops and let it take me out. Not worry about it. 60. Yeah.
That's pretty cool that TradeOvate, you connect your orders to TradingView.
Yeah, I mean, well, you could trade just on TradingView too. So that's kind of why
like
they
TradingView.
Yeah, so but you could test it out. I mean, but just managing trades on it is just not as it doesn't well, number one, it's harder to do trailing stops. You just can't right click and do trailing stops. So it's just not really it's not a trading first platform. No platform really except for a few platforms are trading first, but so it's not a trading first platform. So trading on TradingView is secondary to its charting platform. Looks like it's going to hold up here. It does not want to sell off. Question is it going to test that next level down?
Every time looks like it's about to sell off, buyers step up. How
Yeah.
much Boston's price?
It's at the zero line test, so it's going to make a decision right here or not.
Order filled.
We'll see. It held that level. It's just weird that it didn't tap the weekly open.
Order
Oh
rejected.
man, what the hell?
Order rejected. Order filled.
There we go. See, one of the things I like to do is I like to put in specific orders at
Order
specific
filled.
areas, and then drag and drop the actual orders. But if you do it too quick on the move, it doesn't get put into the system.
Every time where you drag
Yeah.
that buy contract over the price.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you take a position, when you take an entry and then you drag it up to get filled, sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know why on the app. Sometimes
Yeah,
it
I've
doesn't
seen
work.
that.
It's kind of annoying. All right, now it's going to tap it. It's going to go tap the RDA, then we'll reverse.
Matt
So-
D says you ever do it on the DOM or DOM instead of on that chart?
No, I don't like to trade on the DOM.
What's a DOM?
The DOM is where you see the orders and you see the actual.
Oh, like where it all gets filled and where price is at?
Oh yeah, you can see the different. I mean, we don't do level 2 too. We just don't buy level 2 because I just don't need it. So that's where you can see the actual entries. You can see the everything else. Hold on, I gotta concentrate. I can't talk.
You're good.
Think it's gonna sell off here. This is its chance. to sell off. Like I said, we're looking at this zone right here. This zone is where I'm looking. And it's a little bit smaller than the zone. Fuck you. Getting too aggressive on my entries.
Did you pull 10 off of that?
No. There we go. Okay. Now it's going to tap the weekly open. We're looking for an overshoot and then an RDA right around 545 on the index. That's what we're looking for. Just one more sell-off. And then we'll reverse, possibly. It might sell off the rest of the day, so I don't know if we want to get too aggressive on that. Come on. Keep going, dude. My entry's terrible, that's why. There we go. That's what we want to see.
Order filled.
I'm just going to start taking some profit on every move down. So next profit zone. Okay, there we go. We hit the weekly open on the NDX. It's going to decide now, is it going to reverse right at the weekly open?
Order filled.
So I think we...
That's some serious diamond handage right there.
Yeah, but I might have reversed too early. There we go. Come on.
That's a pretty crazy move.
Well, it hit the weekly open on the NDX, so...
And then reversing. That's just a baller level like trade.
I'm going to take
Make
some...
profit, enter in right away.
I'm going to take some... But it's a fade trade, so that's why it sucks. You know, if you're early in a fade trade and then it has to go through every momentum check on the way up. If it doesn't just answer it right away, like now it's not answering. I mean, right now it's maintaining momentum. So then you've got to like decide, okay, do I want to stick with it or did I start too early? You know, that's kind of the question that I have here. There we go.
And you got about an hour left in the market.
Yeah, and then you're going into the hour close, so now it's just a matter of, okay.
And it's Friday.
Yeah. So now what we do is we just put in trailing stops for the rest now that we're in profit. And now it's just a matter of does it puke at the next momentum check and bias check, which is right around 575, spot 75. If it closes above 575, then it is going to go up to at least 586 if it closes above 575. So that's just reading chart 2 level by level. So, you know, if you're aggressively scalping, what you would be doing is you'd be taking some off right here because this is a fade trade. So if you're not looking to hold for the longer trade, because we're up around $9,000, $8,000, so you'd be looking to take some profit off. But we're looking for the longer trade here. We'll see if this unfolds, especially with the way the 5-minute is printing. So that 5-minute took out this level, and then it's stalling right at the weekly open on the NQ, but it held the weekly open on the NDX, the index. So it's kind of one of the reasons. Now we got the VWAP here, and then we've got the other momentum indicator above on at least the actual NQ. So, but here is where you'd want to be taking some profit, just because it's at a reaction zone. You don't know, it could fail right here. So when you're up 10 grand or something on a trade like this, this is where you'd want to take some profit. But I'm going to hold just a little bit longer. I want to see one more impulse up on a green. This 5-minute is printing nice. The way the 5-minute chart is printing really nice for that pullback. And then you've got, okay, now you got the VWAP. This is probably where you want to take some off. We're up about 14 grand. So I'll take,
Order filled.
I took 10 off just to take some profit. Just to be a good steward of
right in the
profit.
RDA.
Yeah, then it's right at the VWAP, so I took some off. And then we're in 40 lots still. And then ideally what you're hoping for is that it just continues up the rest of the day and you don't get taken out on your trailing stops. That's ideally what we're looking for. But we are going into the hour close, so we've got 7 minutes here. And we expect some increased volatility. So, but right now it's messing around on chart 2 with the RDA and the momentum indicator. So if it closes above that, then pretty much it's on for the rest of it might be on for the rest of the afternoon here.
You said the NDX opened Sunday?
No, the NQ opens Sunday. The futures market opens on Sunday. The NDX is
why?
the cash market, and that opens up on Monday.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering why you said an NQ on Sunday.
Well, no, it does. It opens up on Sunday.
Every Sunday?
Have I broke even on that trade? What trade? No, I'm ahead. I'm still up for the day. I don't know what I'm up. I need to look at my P&L. I'm looking at another chart right now, or I'm looking at some other stuff. I'll look at my P&L here in a few minutes. I'm in another browser or in another app looking at a few things. Hopefully we stay in this trade. I'm hoping that we don't get knocked out on this pullback here. Otherwise, I might have to get in again. I guess I could move my trailing stops and give it more room. Take a little bit of a risk that it's not going to sell off. But once again, I'm going against the momentum of the market.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Screw you. Oh yeah, no, on the trade I'm in. Yeah, no, I'm up. I'm up 3K and took 20 lots off already. Did not want to get taken out there. I might add another 20 lots here to this. Did I re-enter? Oh yeah, no, I did rejoin. Uh, 650 I think is well, no, 650 is where the next zone is, so that's probably where it's trying to go. Yeah, so I think 650 could be within the realm of today. Could easily get up there. Right now, we're up 6,900, 7,500. Yeah, trading ends in an hour, so we'll be looking to get. I didn't plan to stream the whole day today, but you know what? It is what it is.
It's a Friday.
Yeah.
Best day of the week.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
You guys do anything fun this weekend?
No, because we're kind of getting ready to take off next Friday. So we're just kind of getting ready for all that.
That's good. It'll be fun. Another vacay.
Probably barbecue this weekend, and then I've got to get ready.
Is it warm for you?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if, yeah, it's, probably 80s or something. But yeah, so I'll probably barbecue this weekend, but then I have treatment on Monday, so I have to make sure that I don't.
And everything.
Yeah, I don't actually.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
so
will be taking.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he'll be taking somewhat of a break from streaming, but he'll still be active in like our Discord, and he'll still probably pop in here and there.
I'll hop in here and there.
Over streaming.
I'm not leaving the country. I'm going to be staying in the country, but I won't be streaming at all. So, but from the 16th on to the 1st, I'm pretty much going to be on vacation, driving around places. We're going to stay. We were going to go to Europe. We still might go to Europe this year, but maybe later.
Come visit Canada.
Yeah, we did a Canada. The next Canada trip we're gonna do, we're gonna go left. We'll go up to Canada and go west We took a 21-day trip through Canada where we drove east all the way, um, starting from Montreal, and ended up in Quebec City. That was a great trip. That was awesome. So we want to do the same thing in Canada, but we want to go west. Go through the Glacier Mountain Park on the Canadian side, um,
Order filled. Order filled.
adding to the
But
long trade. That's ideally what we'd want to do.
but I'll be taking over streaming Glock while he's gone, and kind of just showing the system and how I'm training with it. But
Yeah.
so we won't slow down really. It'll still be all trading and still streaming pretty much every day. I'm at a later time than most people, so my streams will be probably the afternoon session to the overnight session.
Yeah.
But it'll still be fun, and he'll still be active on Discord.
Yeah, I'll still show up. I'll have my laptop and I'll be out and around, but I won't be any place secure where I'm gonna feel secure that I'm gonna want to connect to a decent account to trade on. So until I get to my final destination, then I'll be at a place where we can actually put some security in place. Which I don't know if you saw the news yesterday on one of our family members is not good. So
Yeah.
hopefully he's doing well.
Yeah,
I did
so
that.
he is the oldest.
Oh wow, you did a drive from Montreal to Quebec last weekend. Oh, it's a great drive. Well, I mean, it's a great
That's
drive.
crazy far.
Yeah, it is a pretty far drive. But if you can do Montreal to Quebec
Order
isn't
filled. Order
isn't
filled.
that far compared to. I meant Toronto. That's what I meant. Is it Toronto? Yeah. So we started in Toronto and then
Order filled. Order filled.
right? Yeah. Let me see. Let me go to the map. Google Maps. All right. So pretty much we're going to give the trade plenty of room here. Going to put in our trailing stops, and it's either going to move up or it's going to take us out at a loss. And then we might re-enter if it takes us out at a loss, but I doubt it. We'll see. This is the last gasp for it to move up. We've got the 1300, the 1500 hour. So we'll see if it moves up. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Toronto. I think we started in Toronto. Let me see what we did. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, well, we started. Yeah, we did. We started in Toronto. That's where we started. Spent some time in Ottawa. Spent some time in a couple cities in between there and wherever. Ottawa. Spent some time in Ottawa. Spent some time in Montreal. Spent some time in Quebec City. Canada's awesome. I really liked it. I really enjoyed Canada. In 21 days, like you said, I mean, the Montreal to Quebec City isn't that far of a drive compared to Toronto? Where is Toronto? Oh, there it is. Yeah. From Toronto to Quebec City. But we didn't drive more than 6 hours a day. So that's the type of driving trips we like to do. Where basically we don't drive more than 6 hours a day. And then basically we would find cities to stay in between. All right, let's see. We're up about 11 grand on this trade. We're in 60 lots. See if it works out in our favor. It's probably going to stall here for a little bit and be a little frustrating for a few minutes. It might even come back and threaten to take us out. Yeah, Trade 08 doesn't allow Canadian accounts, which does suck. Yeah, I've heard it's a little frustrating for Canadians to trade futures, at least U.S. futures. You would think that it, being a sister country to the north, that, they would maybe make it easy to participate in capitalism, but I guess not. Where are we at? Last trade for the day. Let's see if we're on the right side of this trade. Right now we are so far. It's really, well, it's deciding what it wants. It holds the actual VWAP. It's trying to hold above the VWAP. Might stall here for a little bit. So, but we're giving it plenty of room, as far as giving it plenty of room to maybe be volatile here. It looks like it wants to just rip up though, but we'll see. Yeah, there it goes. It's going to do its little frustrating move here in chart 2, where it just kind of plays around in this little range here. That's what it's going to do. Looks like that's what it's going to do. It's going to play around in this little range. As long as it maintains momentum and bias at this point in time, because now it's recaptured momentum and bias, as long as it does that, we're on the right side of the trade. Right now it's maintaining long momentum and bias, but it's really close. It's kind of on the bubble. So you want to see it kind of make a move here in the next minute and a half. Otherwise, we're on the wrong side of this trade. Well, not on the wrong side of the trade, but we're on the bubble before it might move. We are almost in the pivot time for the second pivot of the afternoon. Second pivot of the afternoon is 08 after the hour. That's when we look for a second pivot in the market. So this would correlate close to that time. It's not exactly that time. I mean, you say, do you have any good alternatives if you want to try to get into futures as far as trading in Canada? I don't know. I've tried to figure out, but I don't, I don't live in Canada, so it's hard for me to really totally try to figure it out and understand. I've heard there's some entity setup things that you could do, but that's beyond the scope of what I understand about Canadian law or anything else. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, see, it's going to do this little frustrating thing where it pulls back, and it's going to either do a fake out break, or we're going to be on the wrong side of this trade. So yeah, probably should have took some profit there, but let's see. We'll give it a little bit of an opportunity here to find support on this pullback. The level that we're really watching is 563, right here. Right here is where we're watching. That's the level we're watching right here. So it either finds support right now, or we're on the wrong side of this trade. I gave it plenty of opportunity. We're looking for the larger trade. I should have took some off there, up there though. But we'll see.
Order rejected. Order rejected.
Damn it. There we go. Boom. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Tested the level. Let's see if it holds up. Now we're going to put in trailing stops. We'll just take a loss if we do. And then we'll be a little frustrated because we were on the wrong side of the trade. The trade that unfolded. Okay, where's my other? There it is. Yep, retested the weekly open again on the NDX. So now it's just a matter, does it hold the weekly open, or does it break, does it lose the weekly open? It's literally on the bubble. It's been a tail of the weekly open today. That's what it's been. That's really what it's been. Been a tail of the weekly open. There we go. What have we got? 40 yen, 50. We're in 60 lots. Okay, here we go. This is the final move, final opportunity right here. We're at 208. Like I said, this is the pivot time. So this is where you would see a pivot. Meaning that between this time, between 208 and 215, generally at this time in the market, or 1508, 1515 market time, is when you see the second pivot in the market. So we're right in that pivot time. So you would see you would be able to identify a pivot in the market. So right now this move is aligning with what we would see as a pivot, which is a false breakdown, false test of the weekly open, and then from there, if it moves in the direction that it is implying, it would continue up. Might not work out though. Might be on the wrong side of this trade. Could be. Might be possible. We'll see. Ah, there we go. It gave up the ghost there. Okay, well this might be the final test. Final breakdown. If it maintains the momentum that it's holding on chart 2, then we should reverse. And reverse into the close. It might just rip here. But we're still in the pivot time, that's the problem. Still in the pivot time. Yeah, this is going to ding my P&L if I have to take a loss in this trade. Got a worse P&L than I want. Got the RDA check. Is it going to tap the RDA or is it going to go up? It's really playing around with that weekly open. Just being patient with the trade. We might be on the wrong side of this if it doesn't recapture momentum, and then it's literally where my entry's at, is the area to watch. I might just get out here. Because we might be looking for a trade that doesn't exist, but we'll see here. Here we go. Final test. Final level test. It's either going to hold or not. Looks like we're not. We got 6 more minutes in the pivot. I'm not watching the charts, by the way. I've got my stops in, and the trade's either going to work out or not. The longer it goes on, the more it's not going to work out. No, I'm willing to just take a loss where it's at. I'm either going to get out and take a loss, and it's going to ding my P&L. And then I just got too aggressive on the trade, or it's going to work out. I'm not going to add to it anymore. because I'm on the wrong side of chart 2 momentum, and it needs to recapture it. It literally needs a close above 572. That's really literally what it needs to do. Close above 572, which is right around my entry. So here's the final check. So we'll see. But I'm not going to add to it. It didn't, I mean, we're within the pivot time. So like I said, we're around that 208 to 218 or 208 to 215 time frame. So we're around, or that 7-minute time frame where we look for a pivot, but it's not committing to the pivot yet. So until it commits to the pivot, I'm not going to believe it. Come on, dude. You can do it. You got it, man. You got the strength. You got the strength. Okay, now we expect the pivot to commit because it's past the pivot time. So you want to see the pivot commit to the move. If it doesn't commit to the move, it'll just take us out at a loss. End the day with only about 30 grand in profit, I guess. Roughly.
Stop filled.
Fuck you.
Stop filled.
Asshole. I didn't want to be taken out there. That's
Order
not what I
rejected.
wanted to be
Rejected.
taken out on. Well, it is what it is.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
You, fuck you, fuck you. That's what happens when I get too stubborn on a trade. Yeah, so we're gonna end the day around 30 grand in profit. A lot of wasted time on these trades. Fucking A. Pisses me off. Should have just traded with the momentum of chart 2 instead of trying to see it. Sorry, trying to fade that move. It was a terrible entry. That's the problem. Having terrible entries just gives you bad results. It makes me swear at the chart for doing stupid ass trades. Gosh, I can't escape any of the news on this stupid dumbass Trump stuff. I don't give a shit. I literally don't care. It's all a distraction. I guess I just won't read any news this weekend because I just can't. Yeah, it might maintain momentum. Okay, here's the final pivot time. Bam. Even the UK papers are covering it. Here's the final test. We're at the RDA in chart 2. I haven't looked at the financial news in a long time. Carvana? I didn't know Carvana moved. What is Carvana's symbol? Carvana. CVNA. Not really. I mean, okay. I mean, that is a pretty decent move. Yeah, $19 to $30. Wow. I mean, but it was obvious. You shouldn't have been shorting it. Why shouldn't you have been shorting it? It's above the RDA. It's above momentum. So you shouldn't have been shorting it. So that was pretty obvious. I don't know why the financial news says that it wasn't obvious. Even the 4 days obvious. I mean, look where it's going. It's probably going up to the RDA, right up here to $44. Probably where it's trying to go. Pretty damn obvious, man. But, you know, Bloomberg doesn't trade the Rexdog system. I should see if I can get the Rexdog system on Bloomberg on a Bloomberg terminal. I'd have to buy one then. I refuse to buy a Bloomberg terminal, but maybe if I buy a Bloomberg terminal, I can see if I can get the Rexdog system on a Bloomberg terminal. That would be funny. That would make me laugh. That would be fun. Get the Bloomberg terminal. Well, we'll see. Really trading deep into the close here on Friday. Didn't plan to do this. I was planning to kind of get off at lunch, but you know, it is what it is. Just 0.06 complied with ATF gun registration. It might sell off right here. It might just stop right here. This might be the end of the move. Might just range out the rest of the day. But we'll see. For NQ and ASL trading only, is CMA data enough? One needs COMEX. Yeah, I mean, if you're just going to trade that, then you just need the CME. And you only need top of book. You don't need level 2. So, I mean, if you want level 2, data, but well, we don't use level 2 data. We don't need to use it. So why pay for it? I mean, it's only a couple bucks more, but you don't need level 2 data. I'm sticking with this trade because the momentum and bias did shift. Does bookmark help in finding some support and resistance levels? You know, I've never really fully used bookmark, so I'm not even sure. I mean, I understand it enough. I just haven't. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it can help. I just don't know. I haven't used it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's gonna fail. Maybe take us out at a loss. Like I said before, you know, trading is really about waiting. It's not really about trading. I'd say there's 4 bad executed trades today. So while I have a positive P&L, I'm not really happy with my trading session. Kind of fell into.
What do you end up at?
Well, I don't know. I'm still in a trade. I could end up right around 28,000, or if this trade goes in my favor, well, I mean, if I lose, I could end up right around 18. But if it rips up here in the last 30 minutes, could maybe add another 15 grand to the trade, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Or to the day, but I don't know. We'll see. Doesn't look promising based on what it's doing, but I'm also not really watching it. I've got my stops in, and the market's going to do what the market wants to do. It's failing at the RDA on chart 2 every single time. So once again, I'm kind of in a fade trade. My entry's terrible. If my entry would have been better, I would have been in profit already. So my entry was terrible. A terrible entry for this trade. So Robinhood plans to end support for Solana, Polygon, and Cardano starting June 27th. All right, so they're finally moving on crypto, finally getting what they want. It's probably going to range out here the rest of the day, so we'll see. What date will we be there? I have to see if that's what I planned. Let me see. Did I put that in my notes? Oh, the 21st. Duh. That would be 2 days there, 2 days there, and 2 or 3 days there. What did I try? Terrible, annoying. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to salvage this trade, but we'll see. We're in the last half hour of the market. Those that are wondering if you're still here, if you're still watching, or if you just joined, I used to trade the last hour of the market, so I'm pretty adept at trading the last hour of the market, understanding the psychology of it. Okay, so that's 5. That's how many hours? That's 5 hours and 17 minutes. Okay. So someone asked me things I don't know if your system is going to match every personality. Yeah, my system matches every personality. It's whether or not you have discipline. So if you don't have discipline, then no system you buy is going to matter. My system isn't based on personality. Now, I do say that you have to adopt it and make it your own. So I do say you have to adopt it and make it your own. But the system reverse engineers momentum and tells you where on a chart to look for reaction areas. So, it's either you want to trade with the market or you don't. It's really that simple. So if you don't want to trade with the market, like for now, for instance, this entry that I have here is a bad fade trade. It's a terrible fade trade. I've stuck with it in a while just because the downside levels, every level that's tested has held. But we're still waiting for it to break above the RDA. Right now, it's literally trying to break above the RDA in chart 2. And right now, it's going to try to do it right here. It might fail. It might just range out here. Yeah, I mean, just to be a front. I mean, someone sending me what's the word I'm looking for? Why is my username not coming up for my username? The fuck. Gosh, we're really giving this trade plenty of time to work out. I might just have to take a $7,000 loss on this thing. Because we're risking right now that it's gonna rip down and take us out. So I'm almost better just to get out, just because it hasn't recaptured. I mean, it's really respected the RDA on chart 2 really well. So it's continuing to respect it. Yep. Screw you, man. All right. Oh, that's approved. Yeah, it's going to range out here. So we might get an opportunity to break even on this trade. Or it's going to fail. I mean, it's playing around with the RDA perfectly. Look, if I just... So, if you're still here, I'll be surprised if there's many people still here. But look at that. It's playing around with the RDA right there. See that? It did close above it. But it's just playing around right with the RDA. So I might just range out the rest of the day. But like I said, I'm not really even watching the charts. I'm doing other things. I put my trailing stops in the market. Not even watching the charts. And just doing other things. Trade's either going to work out or not at this point in time. It's a bad entry on my part, though. Had 4 bad entries today. Yeah, there we go. It did the thing. Yeah. So, this is the final move. Either moves here or not. Tech meme. Let's see what Tech meme has to say today. Database of Microsoft Standard containing 658 audience shows how data brokers classify consumers by. This is nothing new. I don't know why this would be anything new. Yeah. All right, well, you know, I want to start doing other things. Plus, I got a few people that are asking about stuff. Whoa, Jesus. Okay.
Sorry.
I've given this trade plenty of opportunity, but once again, it perfectly followed the RDA.
I'm gonna go get my
I'm almost done with the psychology and mindset book. I think I'm going to be writing more on it when I'm on my vacation, and I think I will have it done by the time I get back. I think, because I'll be able to focus on certain times and stuff. It all depends on how much of a relaxing vacation we have. If we do more things.
Well, hopefully it's very well.
Huh?
Hopefully it's a good one then.
Yeah. But I mean, I think we'll be doing more things than actually relaxing. But I kind of want to be more relaxing than doing things. But it all depends on where we decide to go. We kind of have a few places we're deciding to go and on the path to our final destination. So that's kind of what I've been focusing on or figuring out. Might have to take a loss here and it'll burn our P&L I should have had a really good day today, but I got a little aggressive today with my fades. I should have had a really good day today. Now, it's probably going to go up and fail again right around 565.
Yeah, let's see. You also trade several different tickers. Like I have a good day on one. I'll just CMNQ. But if I was trading multiple, there's no way. Like it's not right now. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, the mindset book is going to be different because I'm going to provide answers. It's not going to be your typical mindset book where it just goes through stories and anecdotes and everything else. Nope. I'm going to provide distinct answers. I mean, there's only one or two answers to any mindset or psychology problem in trading. That's going to be the take, or that's the take that I have in my book. Is that I have the answers. I've done it myself, and I've been a trainer long enough and done one-on-one coaching and trained people in real life enough that I can identify the 15 top psychological trading problems, and I know specifically the solutions to them. Some of them, I mean, it's really not that difficult. A lot of it comes down to discipline. That's really the key. But there's some unique elements to each individual one. But I was writing a book like every other book out there. Every other psychology book out there, and I'm like, why am I doing that? Why would I want to just be part of the noise? See, did exactly what I said it was going to do. It's going to hit 14,657 and install. Yeah, I might have to just take a loss on this trade, I think. We'll see. I've given it plenty of opportunity to give us an opportunity to break even on it. It might just range out here. Have to see what Fluffy's doing. Whatever Fluffy's doing outside, I'm sure he's doing good. Because he's a little fluff dog. Yep, there we go. It did it. Look at that. The RDA is just awesome. Alright, I'm kind of worn out, actually, tell you the truth. I didn't plan to stream the whole day.
You probably just take a good break after this to get out of this trade.
I think I will probably go destroy some kids in Modern Warfare. Talk smack.
Oh yeah.
I haven't been able to get any weapons that I really want yet. So it's been very frustrating play the last couple weeks with Modern Warfare.
Yeah, I feel it. Jedi Fallen Order came out. My girl got it for me.
That's
I'm
good.
just murdering people with lightsabers. Pretty awesome.
Oh, and the new Star Wars game?
Yeah, Fallen Order.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
I just don't really.
There's a lot of parkour.
Yeah. That's what kind of looked a little frustrating with it.
Yeah, it adds uniqueness to the gameplay because, I mean, it's pretty crazy. The whole entire world, you go back to worlds and revisit them and explore whole new parts and regions. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I really haven't had any time to play, so I just see the loading screen every once in a while.
Yeah. I've really stuck with this trade like a boss. Not really like a boss, but I mean, there's nothing else for me to do other than, I mean, I put my stop losses in and it either was going to work out or not based on my terrible entry. So let's close down Sierra chart. Sierra chart is closed. And we'll exit this trade here shortly. Maybe maybe have to take a loss here. We'll see. Let's get into the last 13 minutes of the market. Boom.
You even trade this close to that?
Oh yeah, I used to like I shared before. I used to trade just when I would still have my software as a service business. I could only trade 45 minutes in the morning or so, and an hour. So I'd block off where I couldn't be bothered at all, and I'd trade the last hour of the market. So I got pretty adept at aggressively trading the last hour of the market. It's going to range out here, so I mean, it's not going to move. It would have moved already if it would have. But sometimes what you might see is in the last 10 minutes or so, 8 or 10 minutes, it just spikes in one direction or another, and you know, I kind of saw that firsthand when I consulted at the fund a couple times where, you know, they got to rebalance. They have risk rules. They're too far on one side of the trade or too far on one side of the market. So basically they just dump a bunch of, or they sometimes, to hold over the weekend, to be properly leveraged, they have to maybe buy a crap load of options or crap load of futures late in the market to kind of maintain their risk parameters. It's just really interesting. Large capital players, how they trade the last couple minutes of the market, or how they trade when they have to make risk decisions based on how their overall firm is positioned. It's just very interesting. Something that, unless you are in the firm, you don't get to ever see. Yeah, see, the RDA held up pretty well.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, on chart 2.
With the prop firms and everything. My question is, if someone had, so like say, like if Elon Musk wanted to, and he got a broker account, whatever, and like was trading futures, could he just, if he wanted to, just destroy or just send price one way?
Well, I
Because he
mean,
has so much money.
it depends on the futures market, but no, not. I mean, futures just really liquid. So I mean, you know, yeah, you could if you have enough capital, but it's a very liquid market. That's why anybody that, even if, so for instance, we had 1,000 people trading the system and then we were all taking the same trades, we're still just a drop in the bucket.
Stop field. Stop
Yeah,
field.
there we go.
Stop field.
Yeah, see, that's insane to me.
Yeah, we're just still a drop in the bucket. All right, well, looks like we got stopped out. Most of our trades should have been reversing, should have been on the opposite side of the trade, but I didn't. So probably end the day around 22,000 or so. Terrible trading day. Terrible, terrible trading day. It should have been. I should have had triple that, quadruple that, given the trading day. But I got too aggressive on the fade side. Anyways, I gotta call it because I'm kind of beat.
Yeah.
So,
I'll get to a break. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
yeah.
Appreciate it. 20,000 is still a great pay now, by the way. But
Well, new to trading, any tips?
trade the system.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, this is one of the trades where I just basically, I traded against the system. And multiple times it failed or it held up the RDA. All you have to do is look at chart 2. Just look at chart 2 since it gave up the VWAP. I've been on the wrong side of the trade. So, it is what it is. Trade here to survive and trade another day. That's all that matters. All right, I gotta go. We'll see everybody. Everybody have a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in. I'll update in Discord what the next week has for trading or for streaming and stuff like that. All right, see you guys.